What are they gonna do?
That's it.
That's all they say. I know. And then
That's it.
yesterday we learned like exit 203 is actually higher on the list than 205, which is like number 2 on the state's like Western Slope list to fix. And so it's going out, we learned yesterday for an I can't right now, but if you forward it to me on an email, I can Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy,
Friday
beautiful
at 8 p.m.
spring
at
Tuesday.
Frisco
I'd like to call to
Town
order the work session for the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Certainly. Mortensen,
Here.
Aronson,
Hall. Just
Burley? absent. She's going to be late, is that right?
Correct.
Correct. Held,
Here.
Incan,
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Halinko, absent. Scripsack, Adrian.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. First item on the work session agenda for this afternoon is I'm excited to welcome back Greg Pyburn, who's worked with council many times in the past and a lot of local town leadership in development and planning in over the years. And he's going to help kind of facilitate a roles and responsibilities conversation and looks like a little bit of action as well. So Greg, welcome back. It's great to see you, and it is all you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be kind of informal here and walk around a little bit. And I have met virtually everyone in the room. So I want to just start by saying when Diane approached me, she kind of had a couple sessions in mind. In this first session, we're really going to be looking at, I have a very simple policy governance model that I've shared in the past, not only at Frisco, but at many other municipalities. Roy Otto, a longtime Greeley city manager, told me one time, this simple model tells me more about policy governance for municipalities than any white paper I've ever read. I don't know if you'll believe that as well, but that I'll give you a chance to look at that. We've got some handouts. I didn't go electronic today. We've got some handouts. By the way, I will see you next Monday for a dinner session where we'll talk about some goal setting and those type of things. I really believe in the power of clarity. And this is my 31st year of independent consulting. I work with a lot of municipalities, but other organizations as well. And what I found is lack of clarity oftentimes is a problem that people have. So one of the things I was hoping to do, not only tonight, but next Monday night and maybe in the future as well, let's make sure that we're working on some clarity. Let's be sure that we're clear on some things. Think about all the times in your work as a counselor that you're thinking, well, I'm assuming that Andrew expects me to, or I think that Jeff wants me to. We don't have clarity yet, right? But think about all the times we make decisions, take actions based on I assume or I think. So that's one of the things I try to do when I'm working with groups is let's work off some clarity issues. By the way, what do you think clarity brings? When you think true clarity, I know for sure what Andrew wants and expects. I know what Jeff has asked me to do. What are some things that true clarity brings?
Action.
Action. What else?
I think like the expectations are defined
Yeah.
and it's easy to like know exactly what you're supposed to do and how to do it.
Yeah. So would you say, Liz, maybe even confidence comes with that?
Sure.
Yeah. So confidence, action. What else?
Understanding.
Understanding. Anything else? Confidence, understanding, action, productivity. Think about just, we could brainstorm other things, but just think about those four things. Becoming really clear as possible, to get understanding, to take some action, to have confidence, to improve productivity. So one of the things I try to tell groups is, hey, if you're not sure about something, ask questions. Let's get clear on that. So today, I'm hoping I'm going to try to end by about 5:45. So that's kind of my goal. Today, if we could get some clarity about maybe policy governance in a kind of a simple little model. if we can get clarity on roles and responsibilities. And by the way, I'm not here to pass out the Greg Piper roles and responsibilities. I've worked with a lot of municipalities and councils and leadership teams. And what really makes this exercise powerful is it's you folks coming up with your own roles and responsibilities and asking questions to make sure you're all on the same page. So with that in mind, Diane, would you mind passing these up? And it looks like we've got enough for a leadership team as well. Don, I saw you walk in the room. I haven't met you in person, but yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to
And
see
we'll
you.
meet at some point.
Yes. Hey, the first page, some of the leadership team members might be able to read this verbatim, but I'm not going to go through this quickly. But it's my communication model for organizations. And if you look at the bottom, what I believe is most
What are
groups,
you looking at?
4 levels of life, you see.
I don't have that.
We didn't get that one.
Not there yet.
Almost.
It's coming.
I'm
It's coming.
sorry.
It's all right. Thank you.
I'm so sorry,
It's
y'all.
all right. No problem.
Thank you, Greg.
Take one, pass it down. I got the 3 Fs. Oh, no, I don't have that one.
You need the 3 Fs.
I have the 3 Fs. Oh, no, not that one.
There's more F's.
There's more, there's more to the 3
And I
Fs.
need one more. at the top sheet, too. Yeah, sounds like my report card.
Wah, wah.
I think that was just recorded.
So you should have 4 pages. And just start with this 4 levels of life. It's just 4 different ways I see groups communicate. Going to go through this very quickly, but at the very bottom, false light is where people hide behind masks. They don't say what they mean or mean what they say. Kind of nice little lies become part of the culture. Have you ever been in an organization where false light is pretty prevalent, where comfort is the key? What's it like to be in a council or in a work group, a department where there's a lot of false light? What's that like?
Demoralizing.
Demoralizing, yeah. Demoralizing, very effective? No.
Distrust.
Right. So if we were to spend tonight from 4 to 5:45 in false light, what would we have accomplished? Nothing. Now, another what I call minor leagues is what I call harsh light. And that's where we get in each other's face, where our voices are raised and embarrassing others, competition to a detrimental way. Oftentimes that is another way that organizations, councils, boards can communicate. What's that like? Have you ever been in a harsh light environment? What was that like?
Not productive.
Not productive. Sometimes it's productive for a very short period of time, but those people that are being productive then are updating their resumes, right? Yeah. So those two, I believe, are the minor leagues of communication. Breakthrough light is just simply kind of a transitional where a group through a crisis or some courageous person says, hey, you know what? We've got, if you look in the lower right by false light, dead moose carcass, elephant in the room. Somebody maybe said, a courageous person says, hey, I think we've got a problem we've been skirting. Let's talk about it. That would be a breakthrough light. Rich light is where I try to get people to be at, people openly, honestly, and courageously, courage to actually choose at times to go into discomfort rather than stay in comfort. So have you ever been in a rich light environment where people are really honest, even to the point of discomfort, but it's for the right motive? You ever been in that kind of an organization? What was that like? Was it how effective was that?
I'd say extremely. I think some of us went through it during the first few weeks of COVID and everything we were trying to figure out. And
Right.
yeah, we had to be.
How satisfying was it to be in a rich light environment? Because you don't have to guess the guesswork of false light. So today, next Monday night, if I see you any other time, one of the roles I play is I'm kind of the keeper of the rich light, at least while we're here in these sessions. All right. Okay. I want to talk about what I call the 3 F's. So the main part of today are these roles and responsibilities. Folks, I'm going to have you participating. Okay, you're going to be participants. So, but I want to go to the 3 F's model. So go ahead and look at this model first. The derivation of this model was actually, I also do a lot of personal coaching, and many years ago I had a person who had just gone from an individual contributor to a first level supervisor, and he'd been doing it for a few months, and he told me, man, I'm just having a really hard time delegating to my employees. And actually it was from that meeting I said, we talked a little bit more about it, and then I went back and came up with this model for delegation for a supervisor to an employee. But I realized later that it works really well for municipal government, policy government too. So here's how it works. The 3 F's. The first F is what I call focus. I look primarily at the council in a municipal organization to have the responsibility for the focus of that organization. What do you think I might mean by focus for a council in terms of policy governance? What do you think I might mean by focus?
We might be in agreement to give good direction.
Direction. What else?
Goal tied to a strategic plan.
Yeah, strategic plans and goals, direction, certainly all of those things, policy change could be a focus kind of thing. All right. So I look at the council to be responsible for the focus primarily with input from staff. Okay. Now the fences refer to parameters, guidelines. So what might be a fence? What would be an example of a fence or a goal, for example? What might be an example of a fence or a parameter?
Budget's the easy one.
Yeah, yeah. Staff,
Legalities.
here's the goal here, and that will be the focus, and here's one of the fences is the budget. What else?
Legalities.
Legalities. Hey, let's stay legal.
Diving into the weeds.
Yeah. Diving into the weeds.
Yeah, we're direction and guidance. If we dive into the weeds, we're now stepping outside our lane.
Right, right. So not to dive into the weeds. Yes. Okay, so focus and fences, you'll notice between the words focus and fences are the word what. And basically that's saying council is primarily, your job is to figure out the what's of this organization. Okay, the what's. Now, if you look real quickly at this other 3 F's model, you'll see 2 key definitions: management, they're my definitions, kind of based on many definitions I look at. Management's the science of administration. Leadership is the art of inspiring strategic progress. I look at if a council has done a good job on the focus and the fences, that's pretty good management right there. Okay. Science of administration. But I think you turn it into leadership. I think you turn it into leadership when you put into play the third F, which is freedom. And that's where the council, after determining some of the focus, the what's of focus in fences, goes to a town manager and says, here's what we want to occur. And now you folks have pass those on to the leadership team, and you have the freedom to figure out the how. Okay, does that make sense? Now with the freedom comes what? Responsibility, trust, accountability. It's in kind of, if this model works, one of the things that happens is what Andrew said earlier is the council does not get into the weeds because that's the how. Where I see some municipality leaders, and I look around the room, these are not just 15, 16 people we randomly pulled off the streets of Frisco. You are the leaders. You play different roles, the elected leaders and the staff leaders. And where I see things getting what I call goobered up is when this group gets into other lanes. And gets into the lanes of the weeds. And so this other piece kind of just tells you, in written form, some of the things I've already said. Does this make sense at all? Does it make sense? The what and the how. I'm a pretty simple guy. People that have spent some time with me know I'm a kind of simple guy, and that's actually one reason I think I've been in business so long. I try to make things as simple as possible. So oftentimes when I'm working with a council and leadership team, I can, as the outsider, say, oh, time out. I think, council, that sounded like a what? That's good. But I think I also heard a couple hows in there. And what's really cool is when I get some council members to say, oop, I think I just said a how. Retract that statement. All right. So any questions about the 3Fs model? Okay. Any questions from leadership team members? Does that make sense? Okay. Would that feel good to the leadership team members if you had some input on the what, because we want to make sure it's realistic. But for the council, the elected officials to give you the freedom to say, okay, now go make this happen. How does that feel to you?
It does.
All right.
Greg, are you viewing this as they have the free, and I don't like the us and them, but staff has the freedom to do what they think is best, and I'm free to not do anything.
No. By the way,
Meaning, once we've turned over the decision, like, where's freedom? What is my freedom?
so that's a good example of rich light. In false light and harsh light, it's not really cool to ask questions. Okay? In rich light, it's really good to ask questions. Not Thoreau, it was Voltaire said, judge a man by his questions rather than his answers. And by the way, in the 18th century, the word man didn't mean open. So that's not exactly what I mean. what I'm saying here with this model is, if, for example, the council in the next several weeks comes up with a set of really important strategic goals, and you think really a billion things are going to happen in the organization, but the council believes these are a few very key things. And if we could achieve these goals, that would be a very strategic, positive move for our organization and the community. And so if we can be very clear what those goals are, then maybe one of the fences is, hey, after we give town manager the what's, maybe one of the fences, and we'd like to get, every regular meeting, we want an update on how these particular goals are going. That would be maybe one of the fences. But what my model is saying, Andrew, is you folks can be really clear on, say, goals. And it's obvious that the town manager and the leadership team members are clear what those goals are. I always like councils to come up with goals so specific that when a certain deadline arrives, it's like, yeah, we did it or we didn't. But when those specific clear goals are presented to the town manager and the leadership team, the how, the freedom is, I don't know exactly how you folks are going to achieve these goals, but you had a say on, are they realistic? And you said they are. So we're gonna sit back and we're gonna trust that these goals will be achieved. Not exactly sure how they will be achieved, but this is the professional 40, 50 hour people that are trained to do those goals. We're going to assume that these goals will be achieved by you, but we want updates. We want progress with this.
And Freedom is achieving those goals, even though we didn't work out the details.
And you're giving the staff the freedom. See where sometimes things get messed up is when council members then get involved to a high degree in the specifics. How is this going to be achieved? Would that, in your careers, has that ever been a problem where you've seen council members get too involved in the how? Yes, sir.
Let the record show there are nods.
All right. So is that kind of?
Well, Andrew, I'm wondering if too, kind of maybe where you were going with the question is something we're trying to do and are doing more with the committees and whatnot, working with staff.
No, it was really just freedom's a powerful word. What is my freedom? What am I being freed of through this? And that's kind of where I was at.
And for me, the freedom part for myself is like, we're all doing our lives, right? If we were working here in council and we set direction on X and staff has direction, it literally frees me up to look at the next thing, whether that's, going somewhere for a lacrosse game with my son or a project at work or something else right here. Cause that's what,
That's how I viewed it as well.
Exactly.
It's been moved on.
Right.
So,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Good.
You folks are at 30,000 foot level. That's where you need to be. That's why you were elected. And you've got these people that lead the effort on the ground level. Neither level is better than the other. But the whole organization really benefits when you stay in your different altitudes. Good. All right. I think I would like to get you folks working on roles and responsibilities. Think about clarity. Think about clarity, the power of clarity. Understanding leads to action. It's productive. It provides more confidence. By the way, one of the things I'm hoping to do at the very end, hit some questions. You've got a handout that all of you, I'm hoping can fill in a little bit in that handout. So somebody like a Liz, who's the newcomer on the board, I'm hoping that when she sees the summary that I will send out, there'll be some really good information for you to help you. But there's going to be, I think, in that fourth page, there'll be some good information that'll be helpful for everyone. So starting with Andrew, we're going to count off by fives and then go this way.
1,
2,
3.
4.
Well, the council did a good job. Let's give them a- All right, now, so we got 1 through 5.
1, 2,
3,
4,
5.
1, 2,
3.
All right. So I used to work for Hewlett Packard. I was surrounded by electrical engineers from Stanford, MIT, and I'm a liberal arts guy. Okay. But one thing I learned from these really top-notch engineers, there was something they called an is and is not. And it's really powerful. You know, usually when we think about like, what are your roles and responsibilities? We just think about, okay, these are my X number of roles and responsibilities. But I believe that that becomes a much more clear, because remember, clarity is one of the things we're shooting for, becomes much more clear when we have are and are not, or is and are is not. So what I'm going to have you do here in a minute is we're going to spend a few minutes working on these 5 different flip chart pages. We're going to start with number ones. You don't go there yet, but if you're a number 1, this is going to be number 1. Number 2s are going to start over here. Number 3s behind Lindsay's shoulder. Number 4 over by Vanessa. And number 5 is here. Now you will see is and is not. And I know grammatically, I'm a former journalist, so grammatically, you're going to have a whole list of ises and is nots. So in the summary, I'll change it to are and are not. But for the actual exercise, I think it actually works better for these small groups of 2 or 3 people to be thinking, well, one of the roles and responsibility of the mayor is, and you write that down.
Our system just got destroyed.
Totally messed.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're missing, we were short of 5.
we are 5.
Well, yeah,
We
we were
have
short,
number
they were on
4,
4.
came back.
You're number
So it's 5, 5, and 5 that way.
Good to see you, Jesse.
All right, so we're just starting the roles and responsibilities. Maybe you have been involved in one of these in the past, but we've got a new council and some new leadership team members. All right, so if you look at the top of this page that says roles and responsibilities exercise, you're going to break into 5 representative groups here in just a minute. Designate somebody who's got the best penmanship of the group. And you don't have to write real big because you're going to rotate around. So every group will have a chance to have a little bit of input on all 5. I will have the small groups rotate every 2 or 3 minutes. I'll just listen up for that. As you rotate, so for example, if I'm in group 1, my group has done a few is and is nots for the mayor, and then we rotate over here. And the group number 2 did R's and R's of the council collective. And I or somebody in my small group has a question. I'm not sure I understand what that previous statement meant. Put a question mark next to that statement. Or if you disagree with something on one of the flip charts, you and or your group, small group, put an X And we'll try to spend real quickly, I think we will have time to go around and make sure we're all kind of on the same pages of these 5. All right. So you don't have to write big. I don't want you to fill up the page, just fill up a little bit of that page because you got 4 more groups coming in. That makes sense? All right, any questions before we do this? Or, oh, and by the way, remember, one of these groups is the council, the collective. One of these flip chart pages is a councilor, one person. Okay, and obviously we got a mayor too, that's part of the council, but that's one person. Okay, let's see how well you break into these groups. So ready, break. Yes, oh, yeah, we've got pens over here. And whoever the scribe is, just keep that pen as you move around.
Just as long as Leslie doesn't get red.
I have 5. Okay. No judging. One of the things we don't judge.
Yeah, right.
We are not judgmental. This is how we start. Non-judgmental.
See, I just.
Or is not judgmental.
It's not.
Either way.
She says, I'm not a scribe. I am not a scribe.
Yeah, so-
Or like.
Yeah.
Communication skills.
I would say you guys are.
I would say that facilitate.
That's what I was gonna say, to implement, yeah, exactly, right.
Is good.
Facilitators,
Okay.
yeah, so I've always looked at it as.
I'm just
we
going
take
down
the
the list.
vision and
Well,
we
you're-
develop that, and
Yeah.
take it to our staff and let them
Yeah.
actually.
Okay, you are not.
I was gonna say, it's not the voice.
Role is not, responsibility is not.
Yeah, and I was gonna say decision making, we actually are.
Right.
We're not the ultimate.
Right.
One more minute,
Arbiter?
one more minute.
Arbiters good.
But you are
We are arbiters, but we're not the,
Arbiter?
we're not.
How about like not work solo, like it's a,
Yes.
does that make sense? Like it's a collective
Yeah.
layer.
Yes, that's a great, I was gonna say the other one. is
We
don't
are
push it personal.
Right.
We is
The other one would be.
I was trying to get one knot so we wouldn't get called that. Here, well, to your point, Don. But we are decision makers.
Finish that last thought.
Because it is not. No, it is, you're right.
It's a role.
All right, go ahead and go clockwise to the next one. Move clockwise.
Next. Oh, we gotta keep our same.
Oh, that's our pen. Keep our color.
Oh, I get it, okay. El Señor, mejor. I know. You are more than, it's not more than one vote? Yeah, that's true. It's not.
The only.
Yeah.
Function.
You is responsible for function.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
Like everything I think of.
Arbitrator?
I guess,
Excuse me, group 5. We can't
Oh,
read the last.
yeah. This is shorthand in my own head.
Oh, okay.
So
Duh.
arbiters,
Oh, okay. That's right.
no judging me on my spelling either.
no. Public information.
Yeah. Yes. Is it more than this?
Check mark?
Kind of,
Sometimes it is. I mean, it's like, hey, this is the message. This.
Yeah.
This is.
I know.
You know it well.
Example for the team.
It's the mayor that's gonna be at like 10 to 30, whatever.
Right, or when there's a wildfire.
Departmental
they need a
teams
leader
to make it
be
specific
the
to-
town. It'll be the-
I guess it's not even that. Be the leadership team.
Even from like the town, but-
One more
I
minute.
mean, would you say that?
One more
I
minute.
know, I think, I feel like the mayor sometimes will probably carry a lot of notes, like consequences or circumstance, but also it's not just the weight.
Not policy.
Or not, right, yeah, so there, it's like, they're not, they kind of have an outsized reception. But they don't necessarily like make all the other, like, it's a collective body that they're working under, right?
Yeah. No, it's right. You're absolutely right. Everyone, everyone's supposed to.
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't have to.
Right, he was going out, right,
He was going off at the mayor, ask questions.
Right.
So I think that's
Yeah.
kind of,
Finish that last thought and then rotate to the next sheet.
easier when the things are positive, right?
Yeah.
I know.
I don't know how to put that in.
Maybe we can talk about it a little bit more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like that, that's a good idea.
Water level. Like, last year they said they were gonna drain it.
Yeah.
So what are they saying this year?
And is it gonna be opposite or?
Well, is it terrible? April, right? Our second serious month is happening.
Pretty much. Our water is.
I don't know where it's gonna
Shoot,
come
shoot.
from.
Yeah, yeah.
What if we put everything that's here?
But they did
here,
something.
here, here, we just do opposite.
Okay.
And even updates today in our meeting.
You're taking the water from Flamin' Gorge this year.
I think they is subject matter. Right. You are here for a reason. That to me is the most important.
Agenda coordinator.
Right.
Party planner. Party.
Doesn't
You
mean
have that choice in the party.
Does get shit done. Maybe you don't have to like that.
Yeah.
Stuff is better.
Like the at sign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like, well, the representative, it represents all stuff. So yeah. I don't know.
I mean, that's essentially.
Right, right. Well, the decision maker, you need that.
It's not
The
you.
final say.
Autocrat.
Like that. Just a summary, I'd say.
Kind of falls into that. You have the final say in the project, you don't have the final say.
Yeah. Not the manager, not the manager's director.
You're not.
Years ago. It's a problem. You don't have to get.
I'm trying to find how the best say, and I think it kind of splits into leadership team members. The whole one council member, should kind of have that.
One more
isolated
minute.
relationship.
One more minute.
I don't know how those.
I don't know how you say it. It's not
We didn't know how to.
Be
bring it
orderly to one. To rescind that.
You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, kind of get that.
Thanks for writing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finish that last thought and then rotate. I think that's two more.
So we're not. Okay, we're there. You know,
I was worried across the-
Go ahead and rotate.
Where's your whistle, Greg?
There you go, in that musical chairs.
It's always distracting.
Oh, this is you.
When the chief-
Well, he was talking to.
Oh, that's like, I got it.
That wasn't on here. Check mark, there is X. X is next to an item responsible for the motion. Oh, that maybe that's. So this is not alive.
helpful, I think helpful.
And not.
It's hard to write on the wall. Yeah. Mayor is not. But that might be
Oh, yeah.
This is something too, but I think this, I put an arrow here too, going back and forth, because yes and no. Because I think there are definitely times where I get, and there's also times where I'm trying to have one voice back here.
Yeah. That's okay, I'm just asking for 30.
We can go back, I'll sneak around with Craig now. Duffy happened too, I remember it right away. I got hit by the car.
They're good.
I'm, yep.
So share.
We need
It's not show the countdown for like.
Finish that last thought and rotate. Finish the last thought and rotate.
You know, they are not. One of the things I like when we all rely on each other, and we don't just work in our separate areas, is our sort of the collaborating.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Oh, it's not. This is really a word you wanted to add about what you were saying, maybe it's adding on to the. Somebody goes out there.
Go ahead and rotate.
It was just how leadership gets to, leadership gets to.
Finish.
Yeah. It's not actual.
within your-
Yeah. No, yeah. No, what you were saying about leadership gives the buy-in. Yes. I got it curious. Providing the buy-in.
Yeah, provide expertise, provide provide- Yeah, sure.
That's our experience.
Yes. Okay.
So once all of that sets in, you may just feel like.
You may have a year elsewhere or 2 years.
And then.
So along with that.
Well, yeah, that goes with, vote.
One more minute.
Saying a little too much.
Yeah, maybe that's not. I like Yeah.
Okay, time out, listen up. Give me some attention here for just a second. Hello, I've lost control.
So
yes, I guess. Want you to stay in your groups here for a second. Stay in your groups. At this point, you have had, as a group, have had a chance to input on every one of those, but you have not actually seen what is on every one. So in the next, say, just 5 minutes, just as a group, float around and see if you have any questions or disagreements. Questions, put a question mark next to that statement. If you or somebody else in your group disagrees, put an X. And we'll quickly go through those. So just float around as a group. Make sure you see all 5 and make sure you're clear and agree with everything that's written on those.
Again, it's not leadership. So that's our direction.
Okay, gotcha. Or like, we don't have time, or we don't have such and such, like, it's more to provide that feedback, and have that dialogue, than to say like, oh, that's correct.
We don't have time for that. Just go ahead.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're just correcting my.
No.
So you can read it later.
Oh, got it. Yeah, they're not solos. We're trying to get that 1 of 7. I'm nervous. This is our first.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I know. That's
Oh,
a good
no.
analogy, yeah.
3 more minutes to good look at all of them.
Hey, they're adding to it. They're not following.
Right. Pay no attention to the man behind the screen.
Are you really? I've run many sections for my buddy. It's a great.
Yeah. And since it's still their negotiations.
Manager mayor.
Oh, somebody wrote a question mark by us. And maybe it's because they couldn't read it.
Could be.
Probably.
What the hell's PIO?
Public information.
Couple more minutes. Try to get through all 5 in the next couple minutes.
Move it.
Yeah.
We keep on getting delayed by the ship in front of us.
Understood. It's like a slow day at the golf course.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with you over
And
there.
then nobody else is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg can get it on all the meetings.
Sorry, leadership team.
Good.
For Vine.
I saw that, yeah, yeah. Public information officer.
Sometimes it's just, you know, this, that.
Unfortunately. Sometimes they're just.
Sometimes the math is no. Like,
Okay, one more minute.
yes, but you still don't know.
Yeah. More so with the community. Expect you to do things that you're supposed to. So that there is.
You should.
You're visible. We're talking about.
It's interesting, and I think this last time I did this.
All
This one
right.
is always a lot more.
Everybody can kind of congregate over in this area. You can sit or stand. We're just going to take a quick look at these five. Not going to go through every one, don't panic. But I just want to see if there's any questions, like there's a question and maybe a disagreement. Jesse, were these stars, did that indicate anything?
Yes, we agree. Definitely.
Second, strong second.
Strong second.
So I'm making an assumption, but I'm seeking clarity. If I don't see a question mark or an X, I'm assuming that you all agree with those statements that do not have a question mark or an X. Okay, all right. So very quickly, there was a question mark here. For the town manager is not the face of the town. And somebody had a question about that.
I had that question, because I definitely think a good town manager is the person when they're walking Main Street at the supermarket, whatever else. People should know who they are and what they represent and be that member of the community that everybody looks to as like, they are, I think that's what it says on the other side, they are the CEO of the town. They are the face of the town, representative through council's direction and goals. So I would say.
Yeah.
Because when we were writing that, it was because you're the face of the town.
The mask.
Yeah.
And then it could be moved.
Yep.
Face of. Face of. A face of.
Yep.
Ordinance.
Well, a face of the town and move here.
Let's put that.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, I think there was just one X. Is not the boss. Town manager is not the boss. And green.
That was teamwork.
Teamwork.
We actually put the X by the boss because we thought it was just a word choice. That they are the boss, but then adding the word dictator. That's what the word boss implied. That's exactly what it implied. Okay. Word choice. We don't have a word choice instead of bosses.
So could I just scratch boss?
If Jeff's team says that says the same message.
It does. I mean, that's basically, my thought was, town manager's a leader. It's not just somebody that goes around screaming.
Could I use boss dictator slash? Could I use boss slash dictator?
There you go.
No, if I have to say, I'm the one who grew up with dictator. I'm just gonna have to say, it. If you're a dictator, you're a little bit hesitant about that, because it's a style. I think it's a style that I don't really enjoy, you don't enjoy either. I won't speak for anyone else, but they are your boss. if I were a town manager coming in and interviewing, which is about to happen, and I saw that your staff didn't want you to be a boss, or didn't think you were, that would cause me some concern.
Well, I actually
Just
prefer
saying.
the authoritarian.
Authoritarian, yeah.
I like, it is leader. I think that is the key.
Right, that's a very strong word.
I love leader.
Leader is a stronger word than boss, because it's like that poster I have in my office. The Egyptians building a pyramid. And the leader is in front of all the Egyptians pulling the rock. The boss is sitting on a chair on top of the rock while everybody else is pulling and screaming at him and cracking the whip. And I don't appreciate that.
So what if I were to scratch that? Just say is not authoritarian. By the way, if I was a candidate or became the town manager here, don't panic, I'm not going to go that route. This would be really helpful. This would be pretty cool because it gets beyond just job descriptions. And it gets, there's other things involved here that I would find very, very meaningful. So good. All right. Let's take a look over here. A counselor. I don't know if there's any disagreement or questions on this.
Politician is what.
Interested if you don't want a lizard, okay, that's all we're saying.
No robots.
Is there another word that would, are we okay with it?
Just human being like vulnerable, compassionate, kind. That's good. Hold on for it.
Liz,
Fallible.
I know you haven't had a chance to go over this a lot, but will this be helpful to you?
Yep.
Good, good. All right, let's take a look at leadership team members. There's a check mark here. Somebody in the blue didn't follow my directions. I don't know what a check mark is.
You meant to be a star.
Yeah.
That was me.
Oh,
I was gonna say.
That's gonna have to go on the final report. All right. I don't see any questions or, oh yeah, they're good, thanks. Leadership team member is not to be a, boy, there's
A
a
no
whole lot of
person.
negative here.
The grammar police in our group sort of dinged that one.
Right, yeah, so what do we want to say? It's not to be a, oh.
A no person.
Well, we put
Yeah,
that-
are you a yes person or a no person?
Well, we put a question mark on that because sometimes the answer is no.
Yeah.
We've all been told to find a path to yes, but sometimes you just can't find that path, and especially in, well, in my world, when I'm dealing with citizens, and some of the things they ask me to do, the answer is no.
I'm not gonna move those beavers, no.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna-
Good
I'm not gonna
answer.
plow your driveway for you. I'm not gonna clean up your snow for you. I'm not gonna pave your driveway. Yeah, so.
I think us as leadership, we don't want, team leaders to be just yesing us, right? We do want Jeff to say, no, we can't do that. Instead of Jeff always saying, all right, we'll do that.
But I think the point, right, is that that's a
No,
two-way
yeah, you gotta say
discussion
no.
that like staff has with the council. It's not, I think that's intended to be like a unilateral, like,
You would start with no.
yeah.
Yeah, no, you never start with no.
Default answer is not no, which is still a double negative.
Which is still a maybe.
Yeah, you're right. To not
How
be a
about
no
is
person
not
means
to
you're-
always be the no person? Is not to be, to always be the no
Mhm.
person?
I would say like maybe if you feel like you're about to say no, it might be an opportunity to also just ask for help on how not to say no, or what do you need,
Yeah, so we get,
Oh, there we go.
good. A couple words I don't see on here. Remember my definitions of management and leadership? When you look at the elected officials, which one do you think they should be primarily focused on, management or leadership? Yep, the art of inspiring strategic progress. When you look at the leadership team members in here, which are they? They're both, aren't they? I don't see manager or leader on that side.
Facilitator, that's FAC.
An example could be town.
It says leadership.
Yeah, leadership's there.
Under get shit
Oh, yeah.
done.
Yep, leadership's there.
Under get shit done.
Get your
Middle up there.
Right there.
Right, one down.
leadership.
Go down, yeah, there it is.
And I don't, maybe management's in here as well, but I think you're also management. Right?
Yeah.
And I,
We were going under the prism, at least we were under the prism of a little bit relationship with council, not necessarily a relationship with
right.
below on the org chart.
Right, so I think this is also with council and with their respective departments and with, in relation to the, sometimes they're not just department heads, sometimes they are a leadership team. I always push that term, leadership team. All right,
And I think that also goes back to the leadership, the leader manager role. Kind of goes back to the leader boss and the town manager side, because I'd rather them not be a boss or, manager. I think you all should be, leadership should be leaders within their department and for us. So I think that.
Good.
goes over there as well.
by the way, once we've got through this, and we're almost done with this exercise, once we get through this, I want you to kind of keep these things in mind, because the bottom half of that fourth page, I think, can be really important too. For example, what requests or suggestions do the leadership team members have for this new council? Okay. All right, let's, you might have to filter in here. Let's take a look at the mayor. There, I see one question mark and one X. All right. There's a question mark here. Role of the mayor is public information officer, deliverer.
Mostly just a clarifying question mark.
Yeah, you're the deliverer of public information. When, if and when the need arises.
Are done for my job.
Yeah. she totally is.
I was gonna tell her that. Career change time, sorry. Vanessa.
So you do kind of have a PIO, but let's clarify this. So what does this really mean? I think there's obviously truth to this, but is there a way we could actually make it more accurate and clear?
Maybe that he brings comfort to the people when they get the information that they don't want to hear. Where the PIO is the nuts and bolts of the information that needs to get out there. And he's the one that kind of boils it down to a simple understanding for the majority of people in the community.
That's all the council.
Passionate communicator.
Maybe also.
And
be
Andy's
an
saying that's
A
probably all of the
PIO,
council.
Hey,
not-
yes. A would be good, yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
APIO.
Instead of D, like the face of the town.
How's that? Does that work for everybody? APIO. And do we, Andy made a point. Would this also be accurate of a council member to be a PIO?
I would add that it needs, I mean, when we were talking about this, we were thinking about a wildfire, right? So like Vanessa gets all the information, she's working with the county, but you stand up there and you're like, everyone, like you've got it.
Calm down.
But you can't have 7 members
Good luck with that.
uncoordinated doing that.
Yeah.
You gotta have one person at that point, right? So that's why I would hesitate to have all council lores individually do that without some kind of specific coordination.
I think, you're just separating like a particular instance, to where that's where, I think everybody would agree with that. But on the regular as we're walking around Main Street and people are asking about marina parking. It's not only Hunter who
Sure.
is delivering
For
the
example.
information.
Right.
You know, yeah, for example, right, you know, I mean, so that could go both ways, right? There's just two different things there.
Do we need
really.
to add a communication source to counselor?
I think there was something about
Maybe it is.
information with the people on that one.
You know, Jesse, when I was listening to you just now, I read a Time Magazine article last week about, or yesterday, last week's edition, about Zelensky's leadership. He is not a detailed person about military, so his PIO role is not, really informative about military. It's to do kind of what the comfort, to inspire and comfort. That's kind of what I get here. All right, so I added an A. Thank you. I think that was Lindsay suggests that, and represents all council. There's somebody disagrees with that. And there was maybe a move it over to is not.
There's a difference between speaking for other council people and speaking for the town. So the mayor speaks for the town.
Does the mayor speak for the consensus of the council? If there is one.
I think, again, so does council. You know, speaks for the consensus, depending on the situation.
I mean, if it's a 4-3 vote, there's no consensus. That's
enough consensus.
Consensus,
That's a majority, not
consensus is a term that means everybody agrees. It's a majority, but it's not a consensus.
Fair enough.
And we were thinking with the arrow that it's to that conversation, it's both there, like say at mayors and managers meeting, like I represent council and our goals, our thoughts, big picture. And I think we're all good at clarifying when we're just speaking for ourselves as mayors at that, or speaking for the town. But also why we put the arrow over there is, like, I don't always represent all of you individually or your beliefs or thoughts. So I think
There's a difference between before the decision and after the decision. If you're at mayors and managers saying, how do you think your council's going to vote next week? You give your opinion, but you're only speaking for yourself and what you observe. If it's after the vote, then yes, then you go forward and say, council has decided this, the fact that some are not in agreement.
What you just said, Andrew, reminds me of what Andy said a minute ago. Wouldn't that be true of all council? Once a vote has been taken, any council member could say, yeah, we voted 5-2.
Because any power of the mayor is almost perceived power, not real power.
What do we want to do with this? Just leave it like that.
Situational.
Yeah, I think it is.
Good. I'm gonna write situational. Both sides.
Make good choices, Hunter.
Andy, do you still want to put something on there for council? About, or is it already on there? A counselor?
I think there was enough on.
Okay.
there. I think everybody's.
Okay.
I did it with fireworks. I stood up and said that we want fireworks to the mayors and managers.
Okay, one last
They just shut
one.
me down.
Is that what my hand looks like?
This one was to roll up to the council.
I actually thought that too. I was like, geez, that's my head. It's weird. Like, you don't see yourself like that.
I know. Is that possible?
That's the whole goal.
All right. So what if, to a great extent, not perfectly, but to a great extent, each of you lived up to these is and is not roles and responsibilities? What impact, if any, would that have on this organization? Yeah, I would agree. How do we improve the odds that in fact you folks will stay true to these as much as possible? I'm a big believer that human beings aren't perfect. But to a great extent, if you all were to agree to these, hi, Tom, how you going? If you were to all agree and stay to a great extent in these roles and responsibilities, how do we increase the odds that that'll happen?
I think, right, a few of us in this, like most of the folks in this room have been maybe our third time with this process, which is great. And it really helps sink it in for me. And from what I'm hearing you say here is setting the expectation, acknowledging the expectations, and then holding each other accountable. That's what I see.
And then we would have more clarity if it all came together like that.
All right. I will be sending a summary later this week to Diane from this session, and it will include all of these. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to read everybody's penmanship. Every scribe did a great job, and you're 10 times better than my penmanship. All right, go ahead and sit down. We've got just a few more minutes. About 30 more minutes. 40 left.
Awesome.
And I want you to take grab that fourth page. Says roles and
She's got one.
responsibilities.
Greg, what's the fourth page? Which one?
Yep, at the top, it says roles and responsibilities exercise. And that's not what I'm concerned about now. Well, I am going to take these sheets with me as well. And that includes yours. Did you get it back? Yeah.
There's one. It was on that chair. I get it. Okay.
Would you go ahead and write your name on the page? Because I want this to also be part of this summary.
Greg?
Yeah.
Because it takes me clearly 3 times to do something to learn how it works. I still don't see the sheet of paper with your definitions on it.
This one?
Says stay in your lanes.
3X.
Yes. You see a yellow stay in your lane sign. You might not have it.
We didn't get the
Oh, okay.
definitions for what? For leadership and management. That's-
Oh, the picture.
It's
Yeah, but this is all the same info, isn't it?
Yeah.
This one, yeah.
Roughly.
So.
The diagram, these two kind of balance.
Yeah.
Oh, yours.
No, there's
Do you have a different date?
yeah. There's it's fine. I'll get with you later. I'll take a picture of it.
This is-
That's what's missing. Sorry.
It's a different page.
It's a different sheet of paper. Good enough. Thank you. I just want to, because I want to steal it and use it with my team at work.
Because he remembers this from the last show off.
Sorry.
So are we filling this out? Or is
His
this-
copy is just different. Yeah,
Rick was
your
asking-
copy is just different than what we have.
So
Good job, Rick.
on the 3Fs, stay in your, there's a, I guess, a blank.
Kind of the same.
Yeah, the one that says 3Fs, not the model, but it's got the text underneath it. For some reason, it doesn't include the definition. So if you want to add this, and I'll try to remember to put it on this summary, but my definition of management is the science of administration. And my definition of leadership is the art of inspiring strategic progress. All right. Now, one of your 4 pages should have at the top roles and responsibilities exercise. The top half of that is what we've just done. So I'm looking at the bottom half of that, helpful tips and questions. This is rich light. This is helping one another, keeping in mind these roles and responsibilities. But I'd like you at the top of this page to write your name. I'm going to take these pages. And I'm going to have you write on a few of these statements. Not all of them, but a few of them. And if you do not want it to be in the summary, don't write it. But if you're okay for people to know, hey, this is a suggestion I have, or this is a question I have, I'll know that it's from you because your name's on the top. So I do want to get this page from everyone, but I'm just telling you, what you write here will probably be in the summary. So if you don't want it in the summary, don't write it. Okay? So, number one, for returning counselors. So that's not all counselors, that's not for leadership team members, for returning counselors in rich light. What is your one most important tip for newcomers? Okay, for Liz and for Lisa. What is your one most important tip for newcomers? For council newcomers. Liz, what is your number one question? What is your number one request? By the way, the reason I oftentimes say number one or most important, I believe we live in an information overload era. So I really try to get people to think, hey, what's the most important thing most important answer to a certain question? For leadership team members, any staff member that's in the room right now, what is your number one most important suggestion / request you have for this new council of 7 councilors? Okay. For all council members, what is your number one most important suggestion / request you have for the leadership team members and the new town manager? And I'm going to add a number 5 for leadership team members. Okay. What is your number one most important suggestion request you have for the new town manager? And so add a question number 5 will be for leadership team members. Any questions about this? Okay, so each of you should have probably 2 or 3 questions to, and use as good a penmanship as you can possibly do. Give you a couple more minutes.
Are you sharing
information? No, no, we're
Essays,
joking.
like 2 words.
We're having a rich light conversation.
That's it. Oh, okay. You did that.
One more minute. All right. Does everybody have your name written at the top?
Right or the left?
Out of here with 16 pages.
Oh, see, yep.
And
That direction wasn't given.
Hunter, I'm going to start with you. Of all the things that you've written on that page, the bottom half of that page, what is the one that you feel like might be the most important to convey to this group tonight on May 10th? It could be a question, a request, a suggestion. What do you think? And again, I'm going to get all of your statements, but I'm just curious, Hunter, is there something tonight that would be good to throw out into the airwaves?
I think the one that comes to kind of, it jumps out not only because my red pen died while writing it, so it's the only one in red on there, but I put be bold and stay committed to your ideas and your goals.
And who is that?
To the newly electeds.
Okay, say that one more time. Liz, listen to this. This is from the mayor.
Be bold and stay committed to your ideas and your goals.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, it really is. I'm just saying, it's it's reaffirming, it's a positive, like uplifting, like I guess the night of the election, you had called me and the one thing you said was be yourself, and that's like a gift to allow somebody to just be them, I mean, within reason, right? But, like just.
We rein Rick in sometimes, but yeah.
But I think that you get what I mean. It's like it's affirming for sure. That means like maybe one of you,
We do. And I think that was, for me, when I was in that seat I never felt that support or that knowledge of I felt like I was integrating into somebody else's plan and not like you ran and were elected for a reason, and we need to be respectful of that and know what that is.
Does anybody remember the definition for leadership?
Only Rick got it.
Oh, I wrote it down.
Liz, were you just inspired?
Yep.
Yeah. Diane, what, out of all you wrote, give me the number. Which one do you think you'd like this group to hear?
Sorry, everyone else wrote like a thesis and I wrote 4 words total. So
That's fine.
I did, let's see, for Leadership team members, what's your number one most important suggestion, request you have for this new council? I said, be courageous.
Yeah. All right. Good, good. Yeah. Jesse, so we might not get to everybody, but Jesse, what was the number one thing you'd like this group to hear right now? Give us the statement.
So mine was also for new council members, and it was a little bit more systems related, but just learn how the structure is so that you can be really effective. Because I think without knowing that, it's really hard to understand like how to take your ideas forward. But if you understand the structure, then you'll know like when to be able to bring those ideas forward. So
Good. Vanessa, what was the one most important thing you'd like this group to hear tonight?
It's for a council, a new council member. And it feels a little bit opposite to Hunter's, but I want to make it clear that it's not. Certainly is about being yourself, but being willing to think again and consistently test your opinions and beliefs to make sure that you consider whether you're right or not.
Good, good. Rick?
I guess I'll just because we're in the meat of the town manager search. Again, I don't have a dissertation. What I want out of our new town manager is to become part of the community.
Again, if I was that new manager, that would be an important thing for me to know.
They will.
Good. Andrew.
I did write a dissertation. So should I stand as I deliver it? Actually, it's related. For returning counselors, I said I might meet with the town manager regularly and communicate openly with the town manager. And if you don't mind dovetailing that to the new town manager, it was insist on regular communication with each counselor for more in-depth understanding and facilitation of topic positions.
For leadership team members, what is your number one most important suggestion / request you have for this new council? Don't let my presentation on the open meetings law scare you. Communicate with each other regularly outside of council meetings, one-on-one only, please, particularly with those with whom you know you don't agree. My suggestion is you do it at least once for every council meeting, at least with those that you know you don't agree with. That's my suggestion.
I could put for most important suggestion request for this new council, be open, listen to each other, look at all perspectives, whether it's staff, community, and each other's, come to a thoughtful decision and stick to it. The worst decision is no decision.
By the way, if you have a question about any of these, feel free to throw that up. Tom? You thought I forgot you, didn't you?
So I just wrote one word. I'm a really good guy. Balance, balance home life, the job. all the air, stuff around stuff.
Good, good. Andy? I wrote a bit of a dissertation, but I'll just pick some of it. How about for new council members? It's you've already won the seat. You've got nothing to prove. Let's get to work. And then how about for the town manager? Please, I'm sure they will, but they have and use tact and a thoughtful approach when motivating staff. Lindsay.
For the request for the new town manager, it's very simple, be honest and empathetic. Empathy is a big thing for me.
Sure.
For the council, I wrote, tell us what you want done, tell us what your vision is, provide us the resources, then trust us to do it to the best of our ability. For town manager, come in and learn about the team before changing things. That's not to say don't change anything, just observe before implementation.
I'm gonna call on you, Kelly, too, in a second. Leslie.
For council, I wrote, build relationships to enhance trust with council, staff, and community. This aids staff and community, it flows down to build trust on all levels.
Good. Linda.
I also put, for the leadership one, trust your leadership team, and then respect your own team, the town council. Respect each other.
Kelly.
For the new council, because I'm new at this too, but got a few of these in, just to be prepared for the meeting. I know how hard we work to get the packet together and everything that we're trying to focus on. Just be prepared to give direction so we can continue progress. And I just put, we're ready to work.
By the way, when you combine Rich Light, the 3Fs model, the roles and responsibilities, ours and our nots, and pay attention to these questions and tips and suggestions, do you think you set yourself up for greater success? I do too. I do too. Yeah. If it's all right, I think maybe, so 6 nights from tonight, I don't know where we're meeting. Where?
The Nordic Center.
Oh, okay. We're going to do a couple things, council. One is just get to know each other a little bit better. Don't worry, I'm not going to have you do any wild, stupid things. And we're also going to just kind of step into goal setting just a little bit. Kind of want to wait till the new town managers involved on board to get real heavy into goal setting, but we'll be doing that as well. So be thinking about maybe what's one most important goal for you that you think is reasonable and would have a big impact in a positive way on this community. So I might just end with one final quotation. Get you out a little bit early. Is that all right? Okay. Some of you have maybe heard this before. And by the way, I didn't miss anybody, did I? In that last thing? Okay. Hey, by the way, thank you. Great job on those roles and responsibilities. And I think you'll really find them helpful to see them written in a nice document as well. Pablo Picasso one time said this, and I'm saying this quotation because I know Frisco well, because my daughter lived here for many years until just a few months ago. I love Frisco. And so here's the Pablo Picasso quotation. Some painters turn the sun into a yellow spot. Some painters turn the sun into a yellow spot. Others turn a yellow spot into the sun. And you've got this really bright gem of a community. And I think the potential is to make it even shine brighter. And I'm confident that will happen in the coming months and years. So thanks for letting me join your world for a few minutes, and I hope the rest of the evening goes well for this meeting.
Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate it. And we're sad that your daughter left Frisco. The flowers and everything else she did, she was a great part of the town. So probably did flowers for some people's weddings here.
What time are we together Monday?
4.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I just want to make sure Monday night.
Nordic Center, 4 o'clock. Let's take 10-minute break, get some water. Not that we haven't needed to stretch, but stretch, and then we'll get us a little closer to our scheduled time for the
Changes.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm doing something right now, Gary. But you were doing something, so I was doing something.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will, come back for our short break there. Great session with Greg Pyburn. Thank you all for your work and contributing to that. And we'll move on to work session agenda item number 2, which is our continued discussion on parking management. The marina. And see Logan is here and ready. And I just wanted to start, Logan, by saying thank you for that staff report. It was comprehensive, very clear, extremely well written, and I appreciate the way you formatted that and did that. So thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. And good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, and welcome new council member. And I don't know, we have all 2 new council members. Is one online tonight? No, not. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, welcome. This will be a lively conversation for your first work session. So, and just really quick about me, I've actually joined the town of Frisco and the marina just about 3 months ago. So I'm pretty new to the position. But yeah, we'll get started with paid parking. Oh. Good? All right, sorry. Okay, so just the agenda this evening. Before we get started, again, I'm Logan Snyder, Marina General Manager. With us from Interstate Parking, we have Gareth and Jessica are in the room here. So they're here in case we have any questions. And no problem. Oop. Sorry, guys. Oh, I got that wrong. The notes, that's perfect. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, we do have some folks here from Interstate Parking, answer any questions you have. But we'll get started with the review of the process. Excuse me real quick. So yeah, review of the process, the current parking situation, user groups, public comments, and council consideration and next steps. All right. Okay, so review of the process. This is actually kind of maybe a history and a timeline as well, just kind of where we've been at. So parking is a major concern at the marina. So first, we have a parking problem. As identified in the 2021 Marina Action Plan, the 2021 Operational Performance Audit 1-year review performed by F3 Marina, and the 2021 Marina Access and Circulation Master Plan performed by Walker Consultants. All of those indicated that parking is an issue down there. So with a problem or a challenge, it's our responsibility to tackle that problem. It has been observed by town staff that the rate of increase has accelerated in the last year and has significantly strained the marina's formal parking supply. So our approach to this, we feel is sensible. Implementing a paid parking system at the marina was discussed with council during the November 30, 2021 council meeting. During that meeting, council supported the implementation of a paid parking system at the marina and directed staff to solicit bids for a parking management system. So kind of starting our timeline here back in 2020, November 30, 2021 council meeting. So why do paid parking? There's a huge customer service piece and partnership that I've learned about in this last few months. Interstate has boots on the ground, and they can help with the guests with wayfinding. They will help marina staff relieve some of our duties doing parking enforcement so we can focus on the marina. These people with Interstate that help us, they're specifically trained to provide visitors with information. They have a local knowledge of the town. So if a visitor's here and they say, hey, what's a good restaurant? Or what's, I want to do this evening. What's going on? What's the live music? Where can I find this? That's the Interstate piece of this that can help us. So that's part of it. It's not just for revenue. This is a customer service piece. This helps relieve marina staff of doing parking enforcement. Turnover of spaces allows more guests to not only enjoy the marina, you have more frequency of vehicles turning over, you've got more people going into your shops. Restaurants are turning more tables. So there's parking. There are other advantages to this that actually support local business and help the economy. So again, revenue is not the primary reason for this. There's a lot that we need to solve here. So kind of going back into our timeline, during the April 12th, 2022 council meeting, council supported a 3-year contract with Interstate Parking Company to manage paid parking at the Frisco Marina from Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend, and then to enforce parking year round on Main Street. So, you know, between the April 12th meeting and April 26th, you know, as a town, we do listen, we do care. Due to public input received between April 12th and April 26th, council moved this contract from the consent agenda to a work session for this May 10th meeting. So tonight, prior to entering into a contract with Interstate, there are questions that staff needs council to answer. The purpose of this work session is to review the details of the proposal provided by Interstate and answer rate and policy questions. Should council support this direction, contract for services for approval by council will follow in the May 24th meeting. Excuse me. All right. So kind of again, going back a little bit and just explaining what we have here. So our current parking situation, 4 lots outlined in blue here on the screen. B1 fruit stand lot being a dirt lot furthest from the marina, the trailhead lot, north and south lot. There's an area circled in red. We'd actually hold those back for marina use only. There's inspection stations, cleanup, folks that are in our dry storage that need their boat, just kind of a working area. So in the 4 parking lots, we've got 321 parking spaces, 201 are paved, about 120 are unpaved. Okay, and this slide here just kind of gives everyone an idea of where we're at, kind of user groups, kayak racks, slips, moorings, things of that nature, shows kind of some of the pricing as well. But our user groups, you know, we've got the public park, beach, the island grill, concessionaires, boat rental guests, about 65,000 a year. So a lot of people using that area. The concessionaires right now, we've got a rowing club, sailing school and tour operation, kayak tours, kayak lessons, water taxi, and then also potentially some bike shuttle companies using the area as well. All right. So in the last meeting, we got some public comments in the staff memo. We've got those comments in there. Obviously, there's emails sent directly to council. So this is kind of in summary, just kind of what we heard. Some folks do support paid parking. They are in favor of it. So we do have those in support. We have folks that have concerns. Who should pay, what user group should pay, the costs of that parking. Should we have season passes, the number of season passes, what will those passes cost? And then the timing was a concern. Did we, was this done too soon or you know, we were ready for this summer, should it be done next summer? So those were some of the public concerns. Again, you know, as far as revenue driven, we're not just looking at this from a revenue standpoint. There is a customer service piece to it too, and then just a management piece as well. So there was concern about maximizing the current spaces. A couple points were brought up. One was the construction around the lift station. That fencing is getting removed now. So we're going to open up a few more spaces. I forgot how many that is, but we will be opening up a little bit more parking, maybe 10 spots, maybe more. The other thing too, to maximize current spaces, we're working with Public Works right now to improve the B1 fruit stand lot. It won't be paved or anything like that. Obviously, that would involve all of us, but we do want to at least get, we're getting a survey done, getting lines drawn in so we can actually maximize and just kind of organize that lot a little bit. So that will maximize the current lots that we have right now. So, okay, so here's where we're kind of based on the last meeting's input and public input and concerns, we're kind of presenting a few different solutions or options maybe, and we're completely open to other options as well. But the first one is for council consideration. do we charge a daily rate for everyone that goes down there? Is paid parking for everybody. So if you rent a space, whether it's a kayak rack, mooring, slip holder, day use, beach, restaurant, whatever, do we charge a daily rate for everybody? So that's one option. In our last meeting, those rates were approved. Hopefully those rates still look okay. One of the things that kind of want to point out with these rates, the first 30 minutes is always free. So there's concern about bringing gear down to the beach and loading boats and things like that. That first 30 minutes will help you bring gear and stuff to the boats. The other thing too is that the paid parking wouldn't start until it's from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So yeah, I think your user groups like the rowing club, they're off the water usually 9:30, 10 o'clock. And with that half an hour free, if you're a morning kayaker or rower, and you only go in the morning, you're not going to pay for parking because it starts at 10 a.m. If you're going to use the lake after the afternoon storms, go into the evening hours after 5, once again, you're not going to pay for parking. So just if you're one of those user groups concerned with the paid parking, again, if you're off the lake that early, you're not going to pay for parking. Okay, so and again, just a couple other scenarios. Do we want to eliminate the daily rate for storage customers? So anyone that rents a space from us, again, mooring, slip, rack, dry storage, do we give them a free pass this year? So free season pass for all 467 storage customers. You can register 2 license plates, but only use 1 vehicle at a time. Consider reimbursing storage customers who don't want to pass. So that's an option too. And then charge the daily rates for all the other users that go down there. Another option was maybe sell a season pass to all of our storage customers at a nominal rate. This suggests $99, and then charge daily rates for everybody else. So the pass sales, 100% of those pass sales would go straight to the marina for capital projects. So that's one idea there. So for, again, more scenarios, if you have other ideas or you have different rate ideas or different passes for certain areas, different rates for different lots, we're open to, to any options. One thing to keep in mind is if we do sell the pass at the $99 rate or do a free pass, our revenue split goes to a 50-50. In the last meeting, we had different revenue splits. With those pass options, it'd be 50-50. Then we could reevaluate that after this first year. Interstate was able to give us a ton of data on this first year to see what we want to do in years to come. So I hope I caught all that and you got all that. So any other thoughts or all right.
Appreciate that. Any specific questions for Logan?
Just clarifying one on that last statement. When it goes to a 50-50 revenue split, you mean for all the revenue, not just the season pass portion, right? You're
Yes,
talking about
yes,
the
for-
contract with Interstate.
Yes, that goes to 50-50, yes. I'm sorry.
Just to clarify the clarification, I guess my first question is there any reason if we're having $99 passes that we can't just sell them to everybody? Meaning if you go to the beach 10 times, you can buy a season pass if you have if you buy a slip. I just
I'm
want to
not quite
confirm
sure.
that.
Would that be?
We can do that. That could just be a lot of users.
Okay, but
No, we can do it. Yep.
that's,
We could just have a $90.
I'll just say for those listening online, the answer from Gareth from Interstate was that to council members Aronson question was yes, that we could make arrangements for that, and that is doable depending on how the conversation proceeds.
sure.
Thank you.
Feel like I'm in the penalty box as a true Canadian.
2 minutes though.
Other
4?
other questions or thoughts?
I guess I would ask, I guess that front lot, the fruit stand lot, the unpaved lot, how often is that lot completely full? Like on an average of, over the summer?
I have not seen, I haven't been here the full summer to see the operation, but from what I understand, it is packed.
To the original question, so if we were to look at unlimited $99 passes, the funding from that would be at the 50-50 split as well with Interstate? Or what I'm reading is those funds go straight into the Marina Fund and then just the day parking is at a 50-50 split. That's what we're offering, yes. Thanks.
And this might be more of a question for you, Diane. I drove down there the other day just to kind of see the layout and the trailhead lot. How many spots?
26.
26. It's not a ton, but it's enough that it's significant. It's signed as trailhead, right? I mean, it's accessible. It's people like to park at the end of Main Street, hop on their bike, but we heard a lot from our user groups at the marina that those are spots that should go to the marina. And so I'm wondering if there's not also a bigger, like, contract with Interstate aside, could we try to direct those people to parking at the PRA for trailhead use and take the signs down and make it more specific for the marina and try to shift some of those users, the trailhead users, to a better spot?
Yeah, we actually even had the discussion with these staff from Interstate about that. You are right, that lot does fill up quite a bit with individuals who like to park there, walk down Main Street, ride their bikes around the reservoir. It is simply signed as the trailhead. It is not signed as anything else. One of the things we talked a little bit about too, though, is if it's still free and there is no enforcement of it, will they actually change their habits? We had worked with DREC at one point in time as well, trying to have them change kind of the mile markers that go around the reservoir to try and have it start at the adventure park. It didn't really seem to matter. Like, folks really want to, they have these habits at this point in time, right? So if there's no incentive for them to change.
Instead of enforcement, I mean, I think that that's still a really important component, but just, as we're talking about the potential for season passes that, and the numbers that are being floated around, like whether it's for everybody or for the 467 storage, folks, like those 26 will matter. Because I don't want to get in a position where we gave somebody a season pass and they show up there and they still don't have parking. And that's my bigger concern, is like, this is not guaranteed even if you have a season pass. But I think we could do a better job of opening up that lot for users of the marina and trying to direct people somewhere else.
Yep.
But the enforcement's a huge piece of that.
And I think, Jesse, some of that will be, as paid parking is implemented there, it will change the behavior for those who, I think a bunch of folks who use that particular lot or any of the lots at the marina for riding around the lake or whatnot, do that because when you're done, you can go put your feet in the water and get food at the Island Grill. It's part of the amenity of the park. I think for others who don't want to do that, I think if they know they have to pay, this will shift and change behaviors and kind of address some of that. But I like the idea of stripping those signs down and just calling it parking. Will get confusing quickly, but so. Because I know, hopefully everyone in the audience and online read the packet. If you didn't, or the staff report, excuse me, I'd highly recommend it. Logan addressed a bunch of concerns in more detail than this evening, but I wanted to give a quick recap on a few things that I think were important and potentially some misinformation or misunderstanding about how the marina works as an enterprise fund. Because I think that's also important to this conversation, in that the marina itself is what the state and the town considers an enterprise fund, which means that it operates as almost like a sole business down there. So all of its profits and all of its expenditures come just from operation. The town and sales tax locally does not go to the marina. It operates as kind of a freestanding part of the overall structure of the town. And Thad, you can jump in if I get this wrong, but essentially the money's made by the marina stay at the marina, and they don't get offset by anything from sales tax or property taxes or anything else within the community. And I think it's an important thing to remember. And I also think shows the success and the strength of that, the operations down there, that they are so busy that we're able to do that and go into do the bonding for the big dig and everything else because of how sound the overall marina park operation is. So I think that was a big part of some of the conversations and some of the emails I've received from folks concerned about where the money's going and what's happening. So I think that's an important clarification on what an enterprise fund is. So I guess so to get to the questions at hand, where did my notes go? I think just to start, I'm assuming and love to hear just council still in support of the paid parking getting implemented at the marina, correct? We haven't gone that far backwards yet. Good. All right. See, a majority of head nods there. So the question I guess we really need to ask is two at this point is, do we want to do passes and how many and to whom? And then what do we want to charge if we want to charge for those? And so I would love anybody to jump in if they have a suggestion. I think we've got some of the numbers in Logan's slides. We can bring those back up if people need to see those.
Avoid the white sheet of paper.
Go for it.
You know, and part of the conversation should be the how much, because that's critical.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't sense, and I have had the opportunity to talk to everybody individually, but I don't hear anybody talking about anything more than $99 for a season pass.
Mm-hmm.
So as the conversation, so from a not white sheet of paper, if we're charging $99 would be the top number we're going to be talking about. I don't personally see a need to limit pass sales. I don't like an us versus them. Slip holders can and beachgoers or bar patrons can't. So I would love, my view is I would love to see a $99 season pass to anybody who wishes to buy one. And what we will have accomplished is creating more parking without having to create more parking. Because the whole goal, I think it said it in here, the goal is to reduce congestion at the marina by encouraging efficient turnover of parking spaces. And through the program, that's what we do. So I love the fact that you Gareth, your system can allow somebody to buy, you're not buying a hang tag that can transfer to everybody, but you can have two cars listed under one pass. Right. So if you bring both of them at the same time, the other one, whichever that is, just to confirm, I'm kind of saying this to confirm.
Right.
The other one is a day pass.
Right.
You can only have one at one time.
Yeah. So,
and you can do it on your phone, you can do it in real time, and it communicates right away to our system.
And Logan, can you confirm, in addition to having 30 minutes free, do we have a couple of spots that are 20-minute turnover spots?
Really not spots so much. It would just be the turnaround areas like load and drop off. So in the north lot and the south lot, you can kind of pull in those areas. I don't know of any exact time limit. I think it's just reasonable if you're just pull in there and unload your stuff, get your gear. And
We always have a place for the slip holders or mooring holders.
Yes.
To unload the coolers and do what they do.
Right. So the big, the south lot has the bigger kind of turnaround area. So you'd probably see more of your boat, sailboats, powerboats going to that lot. And then more of your paddle sports will go to the north lot. But yes, they can go ahead and sit in those roundabouts for a reasonable amount of time to unload or load.
So that's, like I said, that to me is where I'd love to be, but let's have the reason not to.
Only one quick thing too. I don't know if we need to reiterate this or not, but a parking pass does not guarantee, we don't have designated spaces.
Right.
So that does not guarantee you a spot.
I'm happy to go if you'd like. So this is, an attempt to deal with the growth that we've experienced down there. We built an amenity that, blew our expectations out of the water, basically, and how everybody was using. this is a conversation that's been going on for a long time. I would like to, so I'd like to address a few things, but really I'd like to address one is, how do we actually expand our communications to get beyond where we're at and really fill everybody in when things are actually happening? So I don't know the answer to that. Unfortunately, all the stakeholders don't necessarily find out until something's already gone through the works and has been decided on, and then everybody feels like they've been blindsided. And it doesn't work that way, but unfortunately, we're not actually able to expand our information enough to hit everyone. And I don't know, and Vanessa, you don't have the answer for this at the moment for sure, but like how, as a body, how do we get beyond that? How do we inform our people when it comes to our constituents, when it comes to these particular items, and in this case, the marina, right? A big one of why we're doing it is under environmental sustainability to really just promote less cars, right? We're trying to get people to not go down there and park, period, right? And that's everybody in town. I happen to have a stand-up paddle rack, and I don't plan on buying a pass as I hope we would offer it. So that, and then on the other side of, we are a customer service entity providing a service here for a business. And this business is all of our stakeholders, right? It's not only the boaters, and it's not only the boat renters, and it's not only, you go down the list. Everybody is putting into this fund, and everybody supports the entity that it is. Granted, the most of the money doesn't necessarily come from one particular group, right? It actually comes from the boat rental group, right? But for us, that's kind of like saying if we don't pay any attention to the people that are vested here, this is kind of like us saying the big boxes pay for most of our revenue. We don't care about Main Street, right? So I am fully in support of what Andy's saying, to where, we were to offer passes to whoever wants a pass, who is a stakeholder down there. So anybody with slips and all, I think everybody should have the ability. We shouldn't be limiting the amount that we hand out. And then just to wrap that up, for this first year, I would consider doing that free for boat holders, because they've already paid to get into the deal. And in the future, we would charge the parking price to go along with what the boat slip was, right? And, and that's only because we've had a tumultuous couple of years down there. And, that's on us, and we've been addressing all of the issues, and I hope we've fixed most of the issues, but now it feels like to some of our constituents that we're popping this on them, right? And so, this being the last hour right before we roll into putting boats in the water, I am there. If we fall at everybody has to pay, then so be it, but it should be that, that pass, season pass rate. I'm good with $99. And I think that basically covers what I wanted to cover in there. Thank you.
And I fully share your frustration on how we can better get information out, because it feels like we have the 5 readings of anything, work session, first reading, the Summit Daily then covers it, then it becomes an issue. And that's, so however we can fix that, I don't know, but we're trying.
Maybe we get the Summit Daily even involved earlier.
Yes, Diane.
To follow up on that, we did recently sign up all storage customers to receive the council updates.
Mhm.
So that catch up with council that you will see, they've all been signed up to receive that as well. So it's a first step.
That's emails, right? Email
Yes,
blast.
it is,
Yeah, yeah.
correct. Yep, yep. So thanks to Vanessa and her team for doing that.
It's something for sure.
Other ideas, thoughts, direction?
I'll just, the way what I'm hearing everyone say is, right, if we've, on the paddleport side, we've got a pull-up drop-off area with the new building, boater operations, if you will, it's pull-up, stop, drop off. So we have room on both areas, which is how the design was intended at the time, to separate the two user groups. They have an area of no-cost parking that's short-term, and then the ability to go park in the lot with whichever way they choose to pay when they go there. And the intent from my intent of this is to give everyone out there a better user experience. And to be part of that, everyone has to be on the same playing field. So I think the unlimited pass, I think is a good place to land. And I think the $99 gives everyone stake in the game to create a better user out there, a better user experience out there. So that's where I'm at. And how I am.
I pretty much agree with what Andy was talking about. I think I feel like the timing in the season is like, for me, I feel like it's too late in the season to add a new fee to storage users and boats. So I would like to offer them a free pass for this season, just because it's kind of late in the game to add that on to, they've already signed up for their slips. I guess like part of me, I get like, I don't know, I just have a hard time with like making the pass available to everyone, which seems like the right idea. But I feel like, what if all hundreds and thousand people all buy this pass and you still can't get a place to park? I just don't know what is that going to create? Or how is that going to make people feel? And then also paid parking at the marina, does that have a consequence on the other end of Main Street? Are people going to start parking down by High Side and filling up that lot and then taking the crosswalk across? I'm just like thinking of like worst case scenarios, or what, I don't know, considering how that might affect business owners on that other end of Main Street. Just people trying to avoid the fee. They're like, oh, I'm just going to go park in the High Side lot. But then those businesses are just going to be inundated with marina parkers. So
Which is not our lot, the High Side lot. That's
right,
private owner.
so these are just things that I came up with. I'm sorry, who can enforce, right?
They
private
can,
lot can
but that's up
enforce.
to them.
Yes, but
Right.
if they, I mean, I don't know, is that gonna force them to now enforce? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So are we creating a new consequence for other parts of Main Street, Frisco? I'm just throwing these things out there. I'm new, I just got here, so. And then, like, part of me just feels like maybe we should not enforce parking, or enforce parking, but not on the fruit stand lot. Let that be a free lot, like enforce parking everywhere else, however you want to do it. And you can do passes if you want, but maybe just do the daily rate in the regular marina and let that dirt lot just be a free for all. And if you get there and you get a spot, you're lucky. If you don't, I don't know. These are just all the things I came up with. I'm new. Okay.
I totally agree. There could be spillover unforeseen parking issues that this creates. I think it is tough with the size of the lot at High Side, or whatever that plaza is called, Buffalo Mountain Plaza, but and for them, it could be tough, but the benefit is for the rest of Main Street is that does come with the enforcement of Main Street parking. So that will, I think, finally be a step forward that we've been trying to do for a long time. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, I think there will be some neighborhood parking in other spots that could be
Yeah. And
on the busy
even-
times.
I mean, even those side streets by like Stork and Bear and stuff, I don't know how that would affect like people like Evo 3, or just, I'm trying to visualize the businesses that are right there, the chiropractor guy, Silver Heels. Well, I guess they're on Main Street, but those side streets could get, I don't know, just throwing those stuff out there.
I'm, you know where I am, but the one question I had is if we were to give it away, which I don't think we should be doing, that's counter to the goal. Because if the kayak users, the rowing people, or whoever if we give away passes to people who otherwise probably aren't going to buy them, now they have them. And so that's in conflict. You know, the hope is that only people who need them will use them, and they'll only use them when they need them. If you give 436 away for free, we've just clogged the parking lot unnecessarily. And I think a $99 fee is pretty darn reasonable. Free is better, I acknowledge, but free defeats the purpose. If we give it free, we've just clogged the parking lot, and the whole goal is to create the turnover.
It's not free in that they're all paying, right? And if they were signing up and paying for their slip, and this was a fee on there, and they knew that, then, they accepted that, right? But in this case, they haven't accepted anything, right?
Whether
And
the daily boat renters or people going down for drinks at the
for
Island
sure,
Grill.
but daily boat renters, they should pay for parking, right? They got to pay they're paying for their rental, it's a day, just like we should also be charging for boat launching. I think that's actually something that we should maybe put on.
Definitely agree with that.
Because, that doesn't cost anything, and that takes up our staff time and all, they got to be checking for mussels and everything
I
else.
think that's
and,
pretty low hanging fruit.
yeah, that's low
That
hanging
should be,
fruit, easy
that
enough,
should be a
but,
check. Yep.
yeah.
Well, I'd say, I still have a lot of issues and concerns around the passes and how many, but I think my biggest part is meeting the council's stated goal of equity throughout our decision-making process. And I think the unlimited approach that Andrew offered up better meets that than a selective amount of passes for a select group of people. And I agree that if we don't charge something, I think we're not meeting the intent of doing this and addressing the concerns of turnover and clogging and congestion in that area. So while I don't necessarily support it, I could get behind doing unlimited passes for this season in particular at the $99. I disagree with it. I think it should be, I think our goal is to try to get people to think about how they commute and how they move around town and what their interaction with their cars are. But if at this point, because of the process and the feedback we have had, I could get behind unlimited passes for this season and the $99 fee, but I'm not thrilled by it, but that's the part of compromise in the process that brought us here. So I don't know if there's Jesse, did you want to weigh in on where you're?
I agree with you on the equity side, and I don't want to create, I'm not in favor of creating separation around user groups. It doesn't sit well with me. But having said that, there's a supply and demand issue. That's what we're trying to deal with. And if we just issue unlimited passes, I just want to make sure that when we see the data, because we're going to get a lot of it from these guys, we can start making more informed decisions and doing that early enough in the season so that people know when they're getting their, we need to work backwards from that timeline. But we need to be willing to make different decisions based on that data, because I don't think we're going to see good results with this method. But in the effort of compromise and trying to move this thing forward, and the fact that we are so late in the year, let's get it done and move forward. But I think we're going to see some different data points that are going to drive us in a different direction in the future, and we should be ready for that.
And that gives us real.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
a
Yeah,
real
so
place to work
it's
off
a
of.
better,
Real
yeah, it's a
numbers.
better feeling because we actually have that experience. Yeah.
And I feel like looking at the number of Frisco residents here with like the number of people that actually have moorings that live in Frisco, I mean, to me, it does look like the majority of these moorings, kayaks, slips are not Frisco residents. They hold the majority. And I feel kind of awful just being like, you already paid for your slip, but here's a new additional fee. It just feels, I don't know, icky.
So it does sound like with some concerns and some objections on some things, we do have support enough to go with the unlimited amount of passes at $99 with a few reservations from some, but the majority are in that boat. That was no pun intended on that
I
one.
mean, I guess I don't know if the unlimited passes to every, I mean, I'm not saying limited the user group for the pass, but maybe the number, because I mean,
Yeah.
people can go online and maybe buy 10 passes at a time, and then it's just gonna keep perpetuating the parking thing.
One pass per family or something, or one pass per.
Well, but it'll be per vehicle or one license plate at a time. So you could have both your license plates registered per one pass. Is that
For
correct?
one pass.
Yep.
Right, so like I couldn't do mine and my wife should both pay, we should pay $200 and we get two parking passes, like that shouldn't be. And I would love to hear your point of view on this road we're attempting to go down now. You know, what does this mean for you? What do you see the impact as being, you know, on the marina with X
The
amount of spaces?
reality is, I always talk about pure economics. We really deal in pure economics. So as soon as you charge a fee, whatever that fee is, it's going to change behavior. And that's really what you guys are trying to accomplish, is change behavior. And that $99 rate will change behavior. What we found is that, and these are examples like Keystone and Breckenridge Ski Resort, the demand is substantial, as you already know, for the parking. So a $99 fee, it'll change behavior, but it's still a very good rate. So that's the consideration, like you're talking about, that it's like anything, there's a price point for everything. There's a price point to go skiing. There's a price point to go to a restaurant. What is that price point? We really don't know right now. So it's really a decision we make now. We look at the data analytics, which is all we do. And over time, we make a decision about what that particular price point is. You can limit it. I think it's kind of difficult to do that in this situation, given the circumstances. But I think in year two, you know, we're going to have a ton of statistics, and we can make a decision that's ultimately the best for the entire community. And we always look at every user group. And I like what you're saying about every user group should be treated the same, and make the decisions that's best for everyone. And that's the beauty of this whole system. It's very flexible. It's all about analytics, and it's pretty cool, actually, when you get right down to it.
I think, Logan, that's the direction we'll head. And so unlimited $99, and look forward to all the information we gather moving forward. And that will, Thad, you'll work on the contract amendment with Interstate to represent the 50-50 profit share. We put that in the memo. We integrated in the public comment from everything from the last few meetings and the emails that all of council's been CC'd on. So for this work session, we are not going to entertain public comment. So. Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it. Thank you all. I think we have a half an hour break. And then whole meeting.
I'm not aware of that. I don't think we are either.
They got the email. Deanna's passed it. Good evening, everyone. It is 7 o'clock. We'll figure out the hummingbird issue later. Let's call the order of the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. We'll start off this evening with public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment may do so now. Please be topics specific for anything that's not on the. Good evening, everyone. It is 7 o'clock. Bird issue. Please, public comment for anything that's not on this evening's agenda, and introduce yourself, state your address, and take no longer than 3 minutes. I'll now open it up for public comment.
My name is Jay Peterson, and I'm a resident here of 35 years. I have a couple questions. One, how does the tobacco tax make any sense in a way when you're taxing the working man?
Yeah, Andy, go ahead.
No, I'll leave that to you. I don't know if we were allowed.
Jay, usually during public comment, we don't do a full question and answer session, but I can.
However you do it, I'm cool.
Yeah, I can refer you back and I can ask if we can have your contact info. We'll get you the.
I want to speak.
Okay, please.
My only real concern is why do okay, let's take one thing at a time. I'm going to back up. There's a silly bag tax in this town. I've never seen a Hispanic person go into Walmart with a recycle bag. So why is it that you guys choose to tax the poor for your silly liberal social programs? I mean, I'm not saying that they're bad, but I don't see the need for them as much as maybe some of you. And can you answer me?
again, Jay, I'd refer you back to the council discussions that are available online for when we
Why?
have work sessions and.
Yeah,
discuss
I mean,
those.
I'm here now, right?
Because respectfully, sir, for the time allotted for public comment and our normal is it's not a dialogue.
I
or
don't have time. I
discussion.
gotta eat.
Okay, well, we do not do public discussion. It's public comment. So we'll take those into account.
Comment. Comment.
We're not allowed to address this right at the moment. I'm happy to talk to
Good
you
enough.
about it, Jay. Jay, I'll talk to you about it at the coffee shop.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm gonna move, by the way, Salida is a good choice. Anybody? Yeah.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lynette Hampton. I live at 370 Darby Drive in Silverthorne. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council and the mayor. I am a slip holder and have been, I think this is my 12th year. And, you know, I get the growing pains. Everybody's dealing with them everywhere. It's not just the mountain communities, it's the city, it's everywhere. I get that there needs to be some addressing of the parking, of how you move people. I thoroughly support wanting to move away from vehicles. However, the reality is I live 40-minute drive from here. There's no way I can not come down here in a car. I cannot bicycle to get to my boat. So I just want to, you know, there's a handful of things I want to address. It's not really about the parking for me. It's more about how the council has continued, and I think this goes to what Mr. Held said earlier, makes decisions without the stakeholders involved and then rolls them back. And this keeps happening, and I feel like communications are not that hard. They can be figured out. You know, take an hour, do a work session, get it out in the Summit Daily. That is where we all look. You know, it is. And so, yeah, I think we always feel blindsided. That is absolutely true. We always feel not heard. We feel like we give our information and how we feel to other people, and we don't feel like it ever gets back to the council or gets back to a council in the way we meant it. I know, I'm sure you've been hammered with your comment a few weeks ago, but we are different. Those of us who are storing boats are different. We are paying a lot of money, and many of us have been doing it for decades. And this isn't, you know, and many of us don't have the resources of some of the new people who are coming up here. So, you know, just like housing, you know, I couldn't afford my house that I only bought full time. You know, I've had a place up here for 23 years, but the place I live in full time right now, there's no way I could touch it. And I bought it 4 years ago. So the people who are bringing up boats now, the new people that are coming into the community, they're a whole different ballgame than those who have been here for 20, 30 years who are in retirement. So $99 might not be a big deal to the parking people, but it is a big deal for a lot of people. It's not a big deal for me, but I know a lot of people it is a big deal for. It feels like you don't really understand from our perspective what a marina is. It's not just, it's not, a marina is not a beach where people come up from Denver for the day and spend 2 or 3 hours hanging out with their cooler and their kids and their dogs. A marina is around boating. And there's, you know, and I mean, I heard somebody say earlier, low hanging fruit. We've been complaining about people the people who come up, the day sailors who take up 2 spaces, their car and their trailer, not have to pay, use all of the resources that we are paying for the marina to have. And they get it for free. Yeah, it's low hanging fruit. It's been low hanging fruit for years. What are you waiting for?
We're coming up on 3 minutes. So I'd ask you to finish.
So anyhow, overall, it's just a bigger issue on the approach that the council is taking to make some of these decisions and then the impact those decisions are going to have. One other real quick thing is, if I'm a boat holder and I pay $99 or whatever it ends up being, and I can't find, and I drive 40 minutes and I can't park, and I mean, definitely I'm going to go into town. But if I'm in town parking in something that's only 3 hours and I don't have any wind for my sailboat to get back, I'm going to get ticketed. So now I've paid again and again and again, things that need to be considered. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
I just want to piggyback on Lynette. My name's Liz Ritchie, and I've met many of you a number of times. But first of all, thank you for what you do, especially when I see you're going to stay till 10 o'clock tonight. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate what town, what?
You're gonna watch the whole.
No. I might. I appreciate what town staff does. And I'm thrilled that Logan is here in his new position. He's going to make a difference, and you're going to start to see that. So I really appreciate everything that you've done. I only want to emphasize a couple points that Lynette has made and give you an example. The marina is home to many user groups, and they really are not the same. Somebody who has a slip is not the same as somebody who goes to use the beach or the playground. We've talked about this before. An example I'd give you is I was curious in the RFP that went out as you were looking at parking contractors. Was there even a question in there about what experience do you have managing parking at a marina or some kind of water facility? I know for a fact Interstate Parking has never managed a water-based facility. They just haven't, and it's great, but that's not what they do. But it's an example of the gap we have in the kind of information that you all as council need to be really well informed as you make your decisions and talk about unintended consequences, which is a great point. It really is. But the fact that that wasn't even considered is, I think, emblematic of the fact that you don't really think about the marina slip holders as its own unique group. And we've seen this through time, and we've tried to build bridges, share information, give our input, and somehow that never seems to get to this group. We want to be really constructive partners. We care about the marina. We use it. It's our summer. That's what I do all summer. I can't wait till we get this thing opened again. But I'll bet the question about, has this potential parking contractor ever managed water before, or a water situation wasn't even in the RFP. And I know you saw the benchmarking information that one of our fellow slip holders shared with you, which didn't take him very long to do, could have been done. We couldn't find a marina in the country that charges slip holders for fees. So that's what I'll say. And I appreciate, again, you listening to us and give us a chance. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, guys. Never met them before. Hi, I'm Deanna Walkus, Breckenridge resident. Thanks again for allowing us to talk for a few minutes. Welcome to the new folks. And appreciate everything that you guys have done. Thank you also for reading I don't have a doctorate, but I kind of wrote a doctorate to you guys. And I did it for a reason, for obviously the two new council members, to just kind of know the history of it. And others just to know the history. One of you said tonight that it's been a tumultuous couple of summers, and yeah, that's very true. So I think with all the history of my email, and then of course we've got a lot of solutions. You know, we're not just complaining about things. We also, want to give solutions because we do want to partner with you guys. It's very well said constructively. So we do want to partner with you guys, and not to be disrespectful at all, but if you haven't spent a lot of time at the marina, you're kind of there and don't spend tons of time boating, whatever. Maybe you're not really sure exactly, what goes on there. This will be my third year there. The first year there, seriously, I walked around and was just like, what is all this? How does this work? So it takes a while. So I think with my email, you see that there is a pretty large disconnect between what you guys are making some very, very important decisions and discussing this, and the disconnect is pretty evident. So we really appreciate you guys doing the work session and talking through some things. It's obviously a pretty controversial issue. Hopefully you guys can consider having Logan implement a lot of our ideas that went into that email. Because yes, there is a parking problem there, but how does Logan know? He hasn't been there for a summer, right? He'll find out this summer. It's not a problem every day, but it's a problem weekends, holidays, etc. So I think what needs to happen is no paid parking for this summer, no $99 passes for those of us who have already signed legal contracts, and have Logan figure out, what is happening down there this summer. Logan, you don't have to have Interstate there to get statistics. That's going to give you numbers, but you just need somebody who's there all the time, to say, hey, this is what's happening. So I think having Logan there this summer is going to really make a big difference. So that's extremely exciting. We gave you guys tons of ideas, very simple ideas that we have given you guys for the past 2 years that have not been implemented. So I think it's fair to implement those. The first one, I think, is adding handicapped parking spaces, at least 3 of them at that new circle, not in front of the new building, but by the fuel dock. I spoke to you about my 90-year-old friend, Tom Wheeler, who can't even come down there. He's sitting right here and he's going to speak. But there's not enough handicapped parking spaces. I don't know what the number is that we need, but to add more, I think would be really good. So give Logan a summer. He's going to be inundated and a little overwhelmed, but we're excited he's here. And when you look back at the marina projects that have been done, another pun, sorry, but there's been a boatload of money wasted. And we kind of feel like sometimes you're trying to get that money back. We know there has to be more money made for future projects. We get that. But I really, really strongly encourage no fees at all for this summer, just to get started, let everybody get their feet wet for the 400 and however many people who have already signed legal contracts. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dina.
Hello, I am Tom Wheeler. It's from 702 Frisco Street. I've been a resident of Summit County for 27 years and a permanent resident of Frisco for 15. I didn't hear all of the discussion and couldn't understand it you were talking about, but I understand you're proposing to convert the parking at the marina to pay parking. I know the town has a parking problem and it's more severe at the marina. I just wonder if the plan is just a money-making scheme that somebody came up with. And you're going to try to squeeze some more money out of the boat owners who already pay an exorbitant fee to the city. And all the rest of us that may use the marina for any reason. Because I don't know how anybody can explain to me or to anyone else why converting to pay parking solves the parking problem. And you use the parking problem as an excuse to convert it to justify your pay parking. I don't know whether you're talking about pay parking for just the marina or for the whole town of Frisco. I wonder if you know how much the pay parking is going to affect the town budget. Is it enough money to justify the goodwill of the boat owners and the goodwill of the people and to chase people away from the marina? I go to lunch once in a while with a friend to the marina. And if I have to pay $5, $10, $15 to go to lunch, I'll go to lunch someplace else. As a concerned owner or member of the town of Frisco, I'm really suggesting that you should concentrate your time on something else, some other way of solving the parking problem, besides trying to get more money out of the people that use the marina. Thank you for listening to my opinions, and I hope it works out well. Oh, one other thing, I'm old. I'm only 90. And I don't walk very well. So I want to be sure when you come up with a plan that you got enough senior parking places or handicap parking places for us. Thank you.
Comment. If you're online joining us, you can raise your hand or unmute. And I'll call you, and if you're online, sir, come on. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Ken Hicks, resident of Summit County since 1976. Put my first boat in the water in 1982 in Dillon. So I've been around the block here. Also a general contractor, so I try to think logically of how to solve problems. One of the things that has frustrated me over the last couple of years is the lot that is around the new Boaters Lounge. I don't understand why on a temporary basis, temporary only, that even for this season, you couldn't get the town of Frisco to rough grade that and have passes that for all of the paid people, the slips, the moorings, and the kayaks, so that they could go into, you've already got attendance at the mussel place. You simply show your pass, have it on your dashboard, whatever, and you could sign a contract, all of us that would want to use it, saying it's a rough parking area, we assume all risk for whatever, and be able to use that at least this season for all of the paid type people. I think that would start, that's a very simple solution, at least for this season, to give you guys some time to come up with a better solution. I'd also suggest, and Logan mentioned it to me for the first time, and I need to do some more homework on all your budgeting, that you guys have budgeted a tremendous amount of money to landscape that whole area. I would think that area could be turned in, landscape around the perimeter of it, make it look beautiful, but that could be turned into parking for slip holders. Slip holders only. It's right by the Boaters Lounge. It's separate from all the other areas. And I think that's something that could be logically implemented. Thank you.
Ken, can I ask a quick clarifying question? I'm confused to what, I've got a map up. What portion of space are you looking at or discussing?
It's the huge parking area. I'm going to keep being sarcastic, call it the huge parking area around where the Boaters Lounge is now.
All the new additional land
Yes,
that's created after
yes,
the big day.
yes.
Great, thank you.
And right now, it's just rough. I actually just got into town yesterday, and I drove over there just very briefly, but it's still rough, and it could remain fairly rough. But for this season, it could solve a lot of your guys' problems without getting everybody so upset.
Thank you. Kelly, is there someone online? Yes. Gary, we see you online. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Gary, and can begin. If you can start your video as well, Gary, that'd be great. I know you're having trouble last time.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we've got you, Gary. Go ahead.
Thanks. Well, first, I'd like to thank the council for their contributions to the town, and also to Logan. You're going to be a welcome addition to the marina, and look forward to working with you this summer. You know, I'd like to really kind of emphasize your point about making these passes available to anybody and everybody. You know, it's interesting that we as slip holders and individuals that have their boats on mooring balls, on average, pay anywhere from $3,000 to upwards of $5,000 or more per season, not only for slips, for mooring balls, but for winter storage, summer storage, as well as maintenance. And now you're going to tack on an additional $99. And as Lynette mentioned, you know, $99 is a minimal amount, but to many people that are retired or necessarily do not have the resources that some people have, $99 is still $99. So I think it is really unfair to tack on an additional fee for slip holders and, again, individuals that have boats on mooring balls, as well as people that use the rack storage. Another point that I'd like to make is making passes available to anybody that would like it. I think all you're going to do is just see a complicated situation at the marina. You're not going to eliminate a parking problem. You're just going to have more parking issues. People that come up from the Front Range, 6, 7, 8 times during the course of the season, they're going to buy a pass. People in the county that want to take their family down to the park for their kids, they're going to buy a pass. So I think these passes should specifically be for people that use the marina via their boats. So I look forward to seeing what the solution is going to be. And once again, I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Is there anyone else online?
You have Lindsay Atkins.
Lindsay.
Hey there. Hear me?
Yep, we've got you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd just like to kind of piggyback off of what everyone said, but it was very interesting because I was listening on earlier before this public commentary started, and I didn't realize that the marina was kind of its own entity, and it brings up even more of a question for me in the sense of if it's not sales tax revenue, it's not really a Frisco entity per se. You know, why is the town of Frisco really making these big decisions without having some type of board coming from the marina or some type of marina staff being actively involved with this decision-making process, which kind of plays into the big dig. Look at the big dig. Did you guys allocate, you know, money for parking? Was there any type of thought process there? And is there any type of thought process going in for any type of paid parking for future parking? Because you guys still are not providing essentially more physical space for parking. The solution of collecting revenue isn't solving a problem of more parking spaces, which is the problem, right? So I'm still really not understanding why you guys think that collecting money is going to solve a parking problem. On top of that, you know, why are we outsourcing this? Why are we not hiring people from the town, or why is this not a marina paid position to actually collect this revenue and then put the money back into said plan for more parking? Again, we're just not solving the actual issue, in my opinion. And I just think that if we don't look at the problem and we're just sitting here trying to make more money, but there's still no overall goal of building more parking, why are we even having this conversation? It just, none of it's really making sense to me. Slip holders are already paying their fair share. You're not charging for people to drop their boats in the water that are just coming up as day users. You're not charging people that are using the beach. They're drinking out of their own coolers. There are other ways to collect revenue off of people that aren't actually contributing if this is its own entity and it's not really a sales tax issue. You know, the town of Frisco is, you know, really contributing to this. I just think that you guys are going about this completely wrong. I'm not for paid parking. And unlimited passes are absolutely going to solve nothing, in my personal opinion. That's just really all I have to say at this point. But there's other ways to collect revenue, but at the end of the day, you guys still have a problem on your hands, and that's the physical aspect of creating more parking, not how many times can you make a return. And just like short-term rentals, how much more revenue can you make? Show me a plan where you're actually building more parking, and then I'm going to be really stoked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Is it Carrie? Carrie, go ahead.
I'm working here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I live at 34 Lacey Drive in Silverthorne, and I'm a rack holder. And a couple of questions that haven't already been answered or comments is, what research was done to show that this is going to solve the problem? I'm skeptical of Interstate saying it will solve the problem because they stand to make money off this. So like Lindsay just said, show me that this is going to solve the problem. And other people have said it earlier. I listened to the work session that, you know, when I renewed my rack this year, there was nothing said about an additional fee for parking. So I don't know that that's fair to rack and slip holders. And then on top of that, I know that there's a surplus in all of the towns from the pandemic. So could that money be used to build additional parking capacity? And On top of that, what is the difference between who uses, again, it goes back to the research, who's using those spots on a regular basis? I've never had a problem getting a spot to take my kayaks out from the racks. So what is the usage pattern? And if it's on weekends and holidays, and charge on those days rather than on the weekdays for the locals. So that's what I wanted to say, and thanks for your time.
I appreciate it. There's a few more online. William Jenkins.
Yes, let me see if this is working.
We can hear. Yes, we got that part.
All right, I'm going to click the video button. Access camera. Hello, Frisco. My name is William Jenkins, and I live in Boulder, Colorado. I also own a house in Frisco, and I've been a long time slip holder at the marina. And I just got an email the other day, getting excited about putting the boat in this year. And I saw at the bottom that there was a paragraph about this parking hubbub. And so this is kind of the first time I'm hearing about this whole thing. And I just watched your work session. And gosh, I'm a little surprised, actually. This is a much bigger problem that really needs to be looked into. It's a complex issue, and there's basically not enough parking. That's the issue. And what it sounds like is revenue generation is the solution, and forcing parking is the solution. And I really don't see how that solves the parking issue at all. The issue is that we don't have enough parking. So, as a person that hasn't been involved with this yet, and I'd like to become involved, and I think I speak for myself and the rest of the slip holders that may not have heard about this yet, because, well, let's say, last year we had to park and walk through a river, and that was a lot of fun. Okay. We have been patronizing and supporting the Frisco Bay Marina because we love it. But that makes us part of the community, and that makes us part of the heritage of the town of Frisco, because we have, in a cooperation, enabled the marina to grow. We've enabled the marina to become what it is. And so now this is Frisco's chance to show us that you have our back. This is Frisco's chance to show and express your appreciation for us as slip holders and the place that we hold as a part of the community and a part of the heritage. So let's talk about the problem and solving the problem. Well, at the beginning and the end of the season, what you'll find if you go into some exploration is that we all show up with our trailers, and there's a lot to do on our boats. And we don't even know what we're up against. We're up against weather. We're up against when we go to raise our mast at the pole and there aren't enough poles, that somebody's at the pole. Now it doesn't meet my schedule. Okay, so now I need to go and come back. Then it's blowing 30 knots and I can't put my mast up. So now I have to go back, and all of a sudden I realize that I need to caulk something because my boat's going to sink if I don't fix something. So there's a whole process that's not being understood when in this discussion that I just witnessed. Okay, this happens in the beginning of the season. This happens in the end of the season, and it's out of our control to a certain extent. So now you have this third party that comes in that's never worked at a marina, doesn't understand what's going on. All of a sudden they have the cops coming down trying to get me to move, or they're going to give me a ticket. And now we have an even bigger problem. So to jump into this,
And William,
it's
you're up
just
on 3 minutes. I'd ask you to finish up your thoughts. So thank you.
yeah, I'm trying to get it all out. Appreciate your time. So at any rate, I mean, I guess to throw an idea, since what we should be doing is trying to solve the problem. So let me throw an idea out there. All right. Day use supping and kayaking, not the people that own that pay for a stand. These are the people that come, that I park next to, that are working out of their trunk. They're not contributing financially to the marine at all. And they're blowing up their sup, and they're going to use the lake. Now, I have no problem at all. But this use case, these people can park at the high school, and there can be a specific launch for day use supping and kayaking. And they can go to the high school, and there could be a path and a little launch ramp, and they can go over there and use the lake from that position. Now, this is just one
I'd ask you
idea.
to wrap it up because we're past 3 minutes. So
I
appreciate
understand.
it.
Well, this is one idea that came to mind. And if more people were involved, more ideas would come about that would solve this problem. So at any rate, I'll leave you with those thoughts. I am definitely against how quickly this is moving. I'm against the fact that a pure revenue generating solution is not going to solve the problem, especially for slip holders that use the parking on a long-term basis and have a lot of gear and supplies, tools. They stay overnight. They're up for the weekend.
Thank you, William. I'm gonna ask you to wrap it up so we can get to other public comments. You're
So
well
that's really,
under 4 minutes.
it's not going to create turnover in that sense. I'll wrap
Thank
it
you.
up with that, and thank you very much for your time.
It's not COVID. It's tobacco.
Others online.
I don't see any others.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment this evening who has not done so already? Not seeing anyone else online. I will close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for sharing and participating. I appreciate that. And I'll move on to mayor and council comments.
Hello, want to hear me?
Yeah, Earl, sorry. Did you want to do public comment, sir? Earl?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, we missed you there. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. I saw my name on the list, so yeah. I'm out of town. I'm out of state. Hopefully this works. Yeah, I want to agree with everything that all the other voters have said so far. I liked all the other recommendations. I'm not going to repeat that. I'm just going to say that I agree with that, especially what Lindsay said. I'll go ahead and repeat that one. Charging the day users for day use, that they get free use. They could be there as much as us, and they get free use. So charging day users, charging uncharged people for using the lake, not just parking, I think would be a great solution to this problem. We've got, I think that is, to me, the core problem here is the Front Range people coming up, using all the amenities for nothing. Maybe parking, even if they were charged for a full day of parking, I think, you know, going by the rates that this company is charging the other towns, maybe $5 they pay, you know, to the town of Frisco through the parking plan to use the marina and all the facilities for a full day, the beach, the parking lot, the bathrooms, you know, everything that's there, they're taking use of for nothing. I also want to agree with everybody. Even though it's $100, it seems small. It is considerable to me. It is considerable. Some people say it may not be much to them, but it could be to other people. I'm one of the other people. It is considerable to me. I'd have to pay that every single year. And I don't think it's fair with the thousands of dollars that we're already giving to be charged again when all the other people that we watch are not. So that to me is the solution. I also agree with what Lindsay and maybe a few others said. Hiring out the company is not a solution. Let's keep this local. I don't know what their percentage is, but I believe it's sizable. And whatever they're going to charge, I think we should try to employ local people instead of an out-of-town company for all this that's making profit on this. I know the town will get some of that money, but Yeah, I'm strongly in support of hiring some extra people and getting some locals, some summertime work. I think the local community would appreciate that. Yeah, there's so many different things to say. I wasn't able to take notes on this whole thing since I'm out of town on business. Yeah, I guess I'll let it stop at that. I'm a multi-year slip holder and live in Summit County, own a business in Summit County, have for 23 years. So I kind of missed that at the beginning. Thank you for listening, and I hope that we can take some more time to table this thing, get more input through the whole summer while the marina. And echo what someone else said, get more ideas and more solutions on the table than just start charging right now and give us $100 passes. I'm not in favor of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I assume that's Gary's old hand. He already spoke, correct? So, okay. Now, seeing no additional public comment, we'll close public comment again. Thank you all and working through technology. And we'll go back to mayor and council comments. Okay. Quick and quiet one.
Sorry,
Yep.
I will go. I just wanted to acknowledge that the town of Frisco was awarded the governor's Downtown Streets Award for our promenade during the COVID years. And just the award really looks at, vibrancy and creativity and all of those across our downtown core. So good job, Frisco. Thank you, staff, for making it so successful while it was here. And hopefully we have a discussion again about whether or not to bring back the promenade as well in the future. So
I have one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Jesse. I'd like to just say thank you to everybody who has spoken for public comment. And even though we are not legally allowed to address that, it's not a question answer time. It's a public comment time only. That, it really makes a difference if you speak up. And so we have heard you. Whether or not that affects the decision that is made here by this body, I can't tell you if that's going to happen or how that is going to happen. But it's greatly appreciated, and it really does make a difference. Thank you.
Others. Good. Staff updates.
I do have a couple. Thank you, Councilmember Burley, for recognizing the Governor's Award. That's much appreciated, and huge kudos and thank you to the entire council. That was wonderful, and to staff as well. 2 grants that you probably heard of as well that we were able to secure. One was $1.5 million for Granite Park. Thank you to Don Reimer and the community development staff for securing that, and $50,000 for some work on PFAS. And so huge kudos to Jeff Goebel and the team. And also shout out there to Vanessa and Leslie for all their works behind the scenes on all of these grants as well. So thank you.
That's great. Great news and well needed at this time. So thank you. There's no additional staff updates. Do have a proclamation to read this evening for May being Mental Health Awareness Month. The town of Frisco proclamation, May 2022 is Mental Health Awareness Month in Frisco, Colorado. Whereas mental health illness are common in the United States, and according to the National Institute of Health, nearly 1 in 5 US adults 18 and older live with mental health illness, and with the greatest prevalence of mental health illness among young adults aged 18 to 25 years. And whereas, according to Mental Health America's 2022 State of Mental Health in America report, Colorado ranked last in the country due to higher prevalence of mental health issues and lower rates of access to care. And whereas nearly 2/3 of all people with the diagnosable mental illness do not receive mental health treatment due to stigma, lack of community-based resources, inadequate diagnosis, or no diagnosis. And whereas everyone is impacted by mental health challenges, including those who are experiencing illness and their friends, family, and community. And whereas been historically stigmatized, discouraged, and limiting access to care due to lack of support, misinformation, shame, and fear. And whereas mental health is foundational to all health, including physical health, must be considered a routine and necessary part of any health evaluation or exam. And whereas, when compared to other Colorado communities, the incidence of substance abuse and mental health indicators are elevated in Summit County. And whereas in 2019, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States, claiming the lives of over 47,500 people. And it was second leading cause of death among individuals between ages 10 and 34. And whereas the most recent data available from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention show that in 2018, Colorado had one of the 10 highest suicide death rates in the nation. And whereas Summit County has tragically lost beloved community members every year to death by suicide. Whereas since its founding in 2016, Building Hope Summit County has made significant strides in coordinating an effective and responsive mental health system that promotes emotional health, reduces stigma, and improves access to care and support for everyone in Summit County. And whereas Frisco Town Council wishes to thank the dedicated mental health professionals who serve in our community. And whereas Frisco Town Council wishes to enhance public awareness of mental health illness and support efforts to provide stigma-free and efficient access to mental health care. Whereas Frisco Town Council wants community members to know that it's okay to not be okay, and that seeking mental health care, and it is a heroic act that has a community's full support. Now, therefore, May 2022 is hereby proclaimed to be Mental Health Awareness Month in Frisco, Colorado. Thank you. Next on this evening's agenda is the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Been moved to approve the consent agenda by Councilmember Aronson. Is there a second?
That's your job, by the way.
I'm getting the message.
Second.
There you go.
You're
Been
almost there.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Halinko, absent. Scripsack, Adrian.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Oh, and Mortensen.
Yes.
Sorry. thank
It had
you.
already passed, so it was a yes. Thank you. Next item is new business. It's agenda item number 1, and this is the GAP project median and roundabout final design presentation. And I see Mr. Goebel heading to the podium. All yours, sir.
Council, you have seen a number of iterations of this in the past. The last time we were here to present this to you, we had not yet presented to CDOT to get their comments and thoughts and suggestions. We have since done that and have incorporated their comments, thoughts, and suggestions into this new plan that Norris Design has, not new plan, but improved plan that Norris Design has come up with. So unless you have any specific questions for me on the process or where we're at, I would just like to have Megan Teston from Norris Design come up and present her plan. They've worked very hard on it, and I think you're gonna like it. Any specific questions for me? Excellent. Megan, it's all yours.
Thanks, Jeff.
Evening, Megan.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Give me a second. I'm just going to get this. Here. Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time. And I'm going to try to do a little bit of a recap for our new council members, but I'll try to move through it quickly. So feel free to stop me if I go too fast. But yes, this is the GAP project between Frisco and Breckenridge. And I'm going to start a little bit with the background. So I made a nice little timeline for us, but you can see the GAP project first came in front of us in 2018. And in the spring of 2019, I stood in front of town council and presented these initial concepts. For all practical purposes, the ideas really have not changed. They've just been refined. They're further along the design process, and we're able to, as Jeff said, meet with CDOT and ensure that everything is designed to their safety standards. So that's a lot of what we've done since actually December of 2021, when we had the permission to move forward with the design and keep it evolving. We have kept true to some of the main concepts, and I'll get into that as I move forward, but here's where we are right now. We're designing. We're anticipating, hopefully, a fall installation for at least the roundabouts, not necessarily the medians, but the roundabouts, with the medians following the year after in 2023. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the inspiration. We're really lucky here. We have a lot to pull from. We have heritage, we have railroads, heritage, we have mountains, we have water. We've got a lot. It's beautiful. Originally in 2019, we had 2 concepts and we decided to move forward with the one that really draws from the mountains. I'm going to draw your attention. You can see my little mouse, right? Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to kind of this view that you see as you're looking up Main Street. It's so, I'll never forget the first time I saw it, but it's so beautiful with the mountains right there, right at the end of Main Street. And it kind of forms a little bit of a W. I want to point that out because it's repeated a lot throughout the design. So again, these are just the initial sketches we presented back in 2019, looking at how we can incorporate mountains and some of the light features into the medians. We also had a strict use to be conscious of our environmental resources. What we're presenting are pretty strategically placed plantings that are xeric, meaning low water use. They're perennial and grasses, so they're not going to be something that's going to be changed out every year. There won't be that kind of maintenance. And we've worked a lot with the nuts and bolts as to how to make this actually work and work well. But that's kind of some of the design background that we were tasked with. I want to make sure what we're doing is very Frisco. You know, we're understated in a lot of ways, in my opinion, but we're also incredibly expressive too. We also, again, to make sure that we're being conscious with water use and with our resources, looked at a lot of non-irrigated portions of the medians. So there are whole stretches that do not have irrigation. And then this kind of brings us up to what we've done since we started in December of 2021. Oh, sorry, got a little click happy. So if you look here, I'm going to walk through this as if you're coming off of the highway. Here's Main Street, and you're heading towards Breckenridge, just so everyone knows as we kind of flip through the sides, that's the general order. You can see that the GAP project was pretty much, well, included Triangle Park area, but the Main Street and then ends kind of coming up here as you come up the hill. So we really concentrated our design around the 2 roundabouts and are really letting some of the middle areas kind of taper off and then transition to just sort of a solid background. If you look at this, the yellow areas are what we are proposing to focus on in 2022. We're kind of fast tracking that part of the design so that we can hopefully install it this fall. I think we're on schedule for that still, so I feel pretty good about that. And then the red areas being more of the medians is what we'd look at doing as we move forward. And now we get into kind of walking through this again. I'm going to try to go through it pretty fast, hopefully not bore anyone too much, but feel free to ask questions as we move through it, or if you'd rather wait to the end, that's fine too. But this is kind of coming, Main Street you can see is just on the far left of the page. And then looking at really just concrete where it's really thin. We want to use light poles that will be solar powered. So we're looking at solar powered light poles throughout the medians as well. And then where it's wide enough, having a few trees to kind of highlight that, hey, you've arrived. I mean, we crossed Main Street, but this is still Frisco proper. So we want people to feel that as they're moving through the space. We want the user experience to just understand from a very vernacular standpoint that you are in a town. And that's something that is done through use of trees, design, installation. Okay, so then as you come up to what we're calling Roundabout A, which is on 8th Avenue, it's the first one you come to. We're really looking at, this would be the signature roundabout that would have a sign in it that would say Frisco, whatever we want exactly. Right now, we just have Frisco in the elevation, keeping it pretty simple. And that would be shown on both sides so that people would have a marker there as they're coming or leaving the roundabout, not coming or leaving, but either direction you're traveling on in the roundabout. Here is kind of a quick modeling view as you approach the roundabout, how it might feel. And I will, just so you know, we have some really awesome graphics of the roundabout at the very end, but I'm gonna move through all of it quickly first. Also, one of the other things we realized with this particular approach to the roundabout and the right-of-way, we have a large right-of-way on the right-hand side here. Very large. You can kind of see, I don't have the property line. The property line follows this arrow right here. I'm sorry, it's not easier to see. But we have a large area that is public right-of-way. So we are proposing, rather than put any public art elements into the middle of the roundabout, leaving an opportunity in a space for that, should we choose to have some type of art on the side, someplace where people could interact or act with it, rather than have it be something that's forcing people to kind of run out to the median and try to take their picture in the middle of the roundabout. I don't want that. There's enough of that. So what you see for public art, please understand that that is totally just an idea. That is not designed. The idea is that we're leaving a space for this that can be designed. So I just want to make that clear. We're not designing public art. It's the space for the public art that we think could be really neat. And again, allowing people sort of a little bit of a gathering space to get off the highway. I know in the summer we do have a lot of bikers, a lot of people that don't actually know their way around. And I have seen congregations kind of in this area. So this might be a good place to regroup, figure out where to cross the street, where you're going, things like that. That's kind of the idea of this pocket park here. That we don't really have a name for it. So we're just calling it the 8th Avenue Parklet. Kind of another view of what it might feel like to kind of move through that space. And then we get into the stretch as you move further to the west. And when we look here, really what we're doing is we're creating a repetition and pattern in the roundabouts. This is still irrigated, but it's solely drip irrigation, very low water use, trees, very few grasses in this area, but just looking at kind of creating that pattern and also reinforcing that pattern with lights every 100 feet in spacing. Continuing towards the next roundabout, as we approach it, the design gets a little more intense, and we have our signature mountain features that are repeated again. So it's kind of something that as you're moving through it, you see the same elements, they're repeated, kind of creates that rhythm. And then roundabout B, as we're calling it, is at Water Dance and Pequon Boulevard. And you can see here, there's no sign, but what we are doing is again, having a really nice mature landscape in the middle with trees primarily. There's actually no perennials in this one, no grasses, just trees and the retaining walls to kind of steer traffic. And then also the idea that we have some type of vertical lighted element here. It's decorative, but what it will do, and this is something CDOT was actually really in favor of, is it allows people to recognize the roundabout as they're approaching it. Everything that we're proposing lighting is down lighting, just so we know we're being cognitive of dark skies. And then as you leave that roundabout, we have a little bit more planting, and then we end all the irrigation, and everything moving up towards the PRA from here on out is unirrigated. So it's just a matter of hardscape, much easier to maintain, initial costs, but after that, very, very low maintenance. So the mountain features are repeated, but this time without planting. And we get up to the right in, right out only of the PRA at Recreation Way. And beyond that, we just transition to a solid concrete with no further embellishments. These are just a few details so that you can kind of get a sense of scale for things that might go on in the medians and roundabouts. The person is clearly just for scale. We don't want to encourage people standing in the medians or roundabouts. But you can kind of see the vertical light element would have a hidden light source, so it kind of shine down and out. And then these are the ones that I think tell the story better than all of the words I've just spent talking at you. But this is the roundabout A, the one at 8th Street or 8th Avenue, excuse me. And the idea is that we would have a kind of a copper or cortin element that's vertical along this sign that would provide ambient light and then have some type of inlaid fresco elevation as well. And that would be the same going in both directions. We did decide to portray this one in winter time just because it's kind of fun to see what it might look like a lot of the year. In the summer, we would anticipate that there would be some perennials and grasses here. And that's kind of it. And then roundabout B, you can see the vertical light elements portrayed in this one as well. A slightly smaller, different retaining wall that has the mountain motif kind of embedded into it, but again, similar, keeping to a really native plant palette as well. And just a really quick overall diagram for you that kind of shows the irrigated areas and how we are conscious to try to minimize those. That's all I got.
Megan, appreciate it. Any specific questions?
Was there a requirement by CDOT for the amount of lighting that was, because the way that this feels, it like, especially that last picture, and I know they're renderings, but like, that's a lot of streetlights. So I guess a couple of questions. The first is dark sky compliant, great. Are they LEDs? Two, who
Yes,
owns
yes.
them? Do we
We own them,
and we
yes.
pay the power on them?
They're gonna be solar.
Great. And then just, is there a requirement on the number?
No,
No.
there's not. No, there's not. What we were trying to do was continue the pattern from I-70, which is approximately every 100 to 120 feet of the center median lights. So we were just continuing that and just as a, try to keep it uniform. I mean, we're not necessarily married to every 100 feet or 120 feet. We certainly want them at the approaches to the roundabout in the median to just help out. And then we could do every 200 feet. And we're only going up to, with lighting, we're only going up to a couple of fixtures past roundabout B going towards Breck. And then all the way up that hill, there's no lighting, no anything at all. It's
Yeah.
just,
So it goes from here.
Oh, we lost your
We lost you.
presentation, Megan.
Yep.
Oh,
Back.
I went too fast. So the lighting right now is approximately, as Jeff said, every 100 feet, where it's wide enough, I should also say.
right.
From here to here, and then no lighting as you continue up further.
Other questions? Council discussion? Is that no?
Just a few. And one I would dovetail off of you. Frisco ends at Main Street or wherever Frisco kind of our developed Frisco ends. I don't know. I think we have too many streetlights. You know, I'd like them turned off in the neighborhoods and everywhere else, but I'm sure, Chief, you may have a different view. But so less is better, but I'm not hanging a flag on it. Has there been any outreach to the water dance neighborhood folks, just sort of to keep them abreast of
Not
what we're doing
specific,
to
but
their
we do
front?
have a public outreach element in this.
Outreach to them, send them a schematic so that they
We
know what's
did-
coming in their front yard.
We did have the opportunity to outreach to the folks at Water Tower. They reached out to me asking about the plans the town had for the 8th Avenue right of way because they had gathered wind that we were going to develop it. I made it very clear to them that that is not the case. And then as a matter of fact, we are currently planning a little park area in that, and they were very excited about that. So, but we do have a public outreach program with this. I think our next step after this, should council approve the basic plan, is I think we need to go to planning commission as well and get their thoughts on it. I don't want to just skip over them. They don't, I would love to get their input and make sure that they're okay with it as well. And then there will be public out.
Okay. Like I said, I just like to
Done
make
this.
sure I don't want, it's their front door.
Right.
I want to make sure they are getting a little extra love.
Well, and I'm hoping that what people will see is it's better than just a big chunk of concrete
I agree. I don't
or
see it-
dirt.
I don't see
So-
it being controversial at all. I think it's a great, I like it.
No, I'm just.
I know. Until somebody says the lights are running in
Right.
my window. Is the lighting in the medians solar or is that wired?
Solar.
Do we want to, and this is a question, not advocating. Do we want to consider putting power into the median for some future use that we haven't thought of yet? Whether it's,
There will be power in the medians for the irrigation clock. And so, yes, there will be, and during the construction of the GAP project, the town paid to have conduit sleeves put under the highway from the edge of the highway to the center of the roundabout, edge of the highway to the medians, so that we don't have to dig up the highway. We just go and open up those conduits, pull the wire, pull the irrigation piping in. And we tried to make it so that this, knowing it would be done very shortly after everybody was so inconvenienced during the construction of the project, we wanted to do it so that we wouldn't be really inconveniencing anybody too badly when we came in and made it pretty.
That's kind of my next question is, because when I drive to Breckenridge and they're doing their seasonal redecorating of their traffic
We'll not
circles,
be
they have to
doing that.
close them.
We will not be doing that.
Is that boundary area enough that you guys?
That boundary area is enough, and we are not going to be planting new flowers every year. Unless you want me to.
That'd be on my list. And what's holding us back from doing the whole thing? this
Money?
fall?
A council budgeted $1 million this year. And with that $1 million, we can do the roundabouts. And then you plan to budget in the capital 5-year plan, another $1 million next year for the medians.
And are those numbers holding?
Those
pretty
numbers
solid?
are holding. I think Megan could speak to that. She just did a study on that one.
I did do a study. We feel confident that we can do both roundabouts for the million, and probably this is the fingers crossed part that we'll have money for that parklet as well.
Our goal, Councilmember Aronson, is to design the whole thing this year and be ready. And then let summer go by. And we're not going to be bothering anybody, any traffic over summer, because they're already going to be bothered enough by fixing the asphalt that's out there. We get into fall, we'll do our roundabouts, shut it down for the winter, and then come back next fall, or depending on building season, early next spring, and do the medians and try to keep the summer visitors not having to deal with lane closures, because while we're constructing this, yes, we're gonna be closing that inside lane on each roundabout so that we have room. But the aprons on these roundabouts are pretty large. CDOT designed them pretty large. And so we have quite a bit of room really on those aprons to work.
If we can find the money to do it this fall, would that be a
I
benefit?
can certainly give it a shot.
I'd like to engage in the conversation. Get it, let's crank it out.
I mean, if we got one contractor mobilized one time, there's a lot of cost efficiencies in that.
Like I said, I'd like to have a conversation
Okay.
about it before we just make this a 2-year project.
Any other questions before council discussion?
Just how resilient are they to trucks?
Well, that's
The one on Park Avenue in Breckenridge on a super quietish, slow driving street has had multiple large trucks drive straight through it.
I just noticed this morning, the one at Fairview had somebody Peter Pan over that one this morning. So that's kind of where we went with this design. And with our discussion with CDOT, they recommended actually a very good idea where we build up on the inside of that truck apron, we build that up 3 feet and then build our stuff on top of that. So it's kind of like a median or a retaining wall, if you will, so that if somebody does hit it, they're not going to go flying over it. They're just going to smash into it and have a bad day. So we thought about all this. I mean, that was from the very original time. We thought we don't want, like Megan said, we don't want art in there because the art's going to get wrecked, or people are going to try to run across the highway and take a picture with it.
Or they're going to try to look at it while they're driving.
Or they're going to look at it while they're driving. So a lot of these features that Megan's incorporated in here are actually traffic calming. And CDOT had even mentioned that there's some of this stuff is actually going to maybe make people slow down so they can see it.
Yeah, they were really appreciative
Yeah.
of that, of the large mature spruce in particular, because it sounds counterintuitive. You think you got to see across the roundabout. But they said it's actually safer if you can't, and then you pay attention to where you're supposed to be looking, where people are coming from.
People tend to look too far into the roundabout, and that's actually bad when you're driving.
Let's look here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you can see over it and you can see all the traffic going on the other side that you're not supposed to be paying attention to anyway, it causes problems.
Thanks, Paul. It's educational.
My one comment is really just, when we initially talked about this, and when we get to comments, I'll explain a little bit more, maybe for you, Elizabeth. But from A to B, maybe those lights could get thinner and thinner because the people living all along that road are going to be looking out at the lights the whole time. Like
Street lights.
the street lights in the median, median and street lights. We were just talking about going kind of feathering it out, right? Going further apart as we got further away, just to make you also feel that you're being drawn into the center, right, of Frisco. That was really my only thing. There's definitely a lot more vegetation than I would have envisioned, but if you think that this is with xeriscaping and everything is the right way to go, then I'm good with that.
What we were trying to also avoid was public works crews running across 2 lanes of highway with a lawnmower to mow the lawn. We're just not going to do that. We're just not going to do that. So
yeah, that's great. That's great.
Turn over for anyone wishing to make public comment. Seeing and hearing none, I'll close public comment, back to council discussion and all. Peter Pan wasn't the word I was going to use, but I like it, so I might. So is it proposed, Jeff, as that kind of safety feature that these will be 3 feet off? Okay.
Was it 3 feet or?
So it's an 18-inch lip everywhere. And then in some areas it's 3 feet.
It's 3 feet.
Depending on where it was, there's a lot of math
So
behind
there's
it.
the apron, then 18 inches roughly, and then.
Right, there's an
And then
apron,
where
there's
in
a
the
6-inch
circle it
curve,
is.
an 18-inch lip everywhere, and then sometimes more.
But I guess for me, it's kind of the question account, I see these two should be flipped personally, because I see the Frisco sign should be because yes, they've seen the adventure park and everything else, but this roundabout is our southeasternmost entrance to Frisco. They've gone by Triangle Park and the sculptures and that sign. This is, I think the roundabout A should be with the Frisco sign should be where B is at Water Dance, because that is kind of the entry into the town, in my opinion, from this side. I like both designs, I think are spot on, but I think by the time you get to roundabout A, you've passed, depending on how you came into town, at least 3 different Frisco signs. But if you come the other way, you don't really see any Frisco signs. So I see the benefit of swapping these two for that reason, personally.
Mr. Mayor, one thought on that was if we do that sign at the roundabout at County Commons, that is more apt to be damaged than the one at 8th Avenue, because people are coming down that hill at 50, 55 miles an hour. And just like the one at Fairview Boulevard, it would be something that would be more expensive to fix every single time somebody ran into it. So that's where I had mentioned to Megan that let's put maybe this Frisco sign that we're investing quite a bit of money into down at the 8th Avenue roundabout, where traffic is already doing 30, supposed to be doing 30, 35 miles an hour. And less of it, 35 both places, but we know that's not what happens coming down that hill. And especially coming down that hill on an icy, it's just, it seemed to me that we invest more of the beautification part at the 8th Avenue roundabout, so we don't damage that stuff as easily as it would be but these are interchangeable. I'm sure we can move it any way we want to go with it. But that was our thought process behind it.
To that, and I guess throw it back to council on that roundabout B. I did see those light fixtures, not knowing that there was a bigger gap there, but those seem like they're just teed up to get hit by every car sliding through them, because I've seen what people do all the roundabouts on the way to Breck, and it's highly entertaining. I just think sliding that whole design in roundabout B almost counterclockwise, so those light features are offset with the direction of travel so they don't get taken out. but are still there and calming and kind of identify would be good. And I think we could do the same thing if we swapped and put the sign on that other one, as if the sign was on that looker's left angle versus that right side, you could still see it some, but I'm not hung up on that. It was just an idea, but I think definitely my bigger concern are those light features in roundabout B and where they are based on the flow of traffic, and that those would be pretty regular targets for most drivers who go through roundabouts. And then the way that behind there, it looks like it's kind of that same mountain feature. And that reminds me of the old football on the other end of Main Street, where if a car does make it up there, it's guaranteed to flip with having that kind of angled concrete wall. If people don't remember that football at the end of Main Street, it's gone now for that reason. So
I should mention all of the, I didn't, I'm not sorry to interrupt you,
Oh,
but
please.
I didn't bring this up. This was a CDOT request. Anything in the medians has a vertical wall that raises it all up at a 45-degree angle. So that should take care of any deflection or hitting it. It's their standard for the speed limit. So.
Whose speed limit, yours or Jeff's?
The prescribed speed limit.
The 35 miles per hour that we're all
Posted
driving.
Speed limit, Mr. Mayor.
I think that's important clarification. I appreciate that. So then I'll back off of that concern, because that's,
Yeah,
I'll
that, I
trust-
just, I realized I
trust
kind of
but I would still,
glazed over that.
Yeah, I just think good with them. I think flopping them would make more sense, but if not, I think shifting everything so it's not in the line of flow, just in case. It's amazing how far through people get through roundabouts.
Did we have any inappropriate interactions between cars in the roundabouts this year?
Have.
Okay, so we know.
Not the one at 8th Avenue, but the one at County Commons. We have had a couple people. They couldn't fly through it because there's nothing there, but they went through it where they're not supposed to.
Say compared to other roundabouts in the area that we have a particularly wide apron, I think, to counter this. Especially I can speak eloquently of the roundabouts that I've worked on in the past of Breckenridge and Georgetown. Their aprons are a lot smaller. Our apron is, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I wish I had that number, but it's upwards of 25 feet. So this part itself is really, really wide, which helps us. I have myself, again, seen people come flying through, but they manage to kind of do this and just stay on the apron. So I just wanted to bring that up because it's different. It's a newer design. It's a different design than that they used to do. It's CDOT's changed their design standards since other roundabouts have been installed. So we spent a lot of time talking to CDOT.
That's good. So just a little kind of review before what Megan was talking about, Liz, is first off, CDOT is the state running through our town. They come in and do whatever they want to do. And we're lucky if they tell us, right? And town council at the time had some input, and some things may have, changed for whatever purposes were seen then. But the bottom line is this is what we end up with, right? And so then the option when we first started talking about this was like, well, you just leave them dirt. You could do that. Rick was like, let's just cover them all in concrete, and so, and in order to do that, you also have to consider, like, to cover them all in concrete, it was $500,000, right? So if that's what, if I'm
More than that.
it was more than that.
Oh, it was more than, yeah, I think it was closer to 2 million. Yeah.
To just cover it in concrete, right? So we end up in this place of, we have these features, right? We're going to have these features, whether we like it or not. We can choose what to do with them. So we decided at that point that it would be the more mature thing to do as a town, and to beautify these things in the best way we could in order to make us look like a grown-up town, right? Compared to a lot of the towns around here. I think that's kind of the basis of why we were there and why we're talking about this in the first place, right? So just because you missed out on that, and let's see, where else was I going to go with this? you know, I like it all. I'm in support, you know, the vertical light poles. I don't necessarily see how those are dark sky compliant because there's light on the side. But again, you know, if that's what seems to be the right thing there, then that's perfectly fine. Just want to call that out. And, you know, I think it's, I think it'll look beautiful when it's all done. I think it's going to make a huge improvement for the town. I don't necessarily like the Frisco sign here or there. Doesn't matter to me. Absolutely though, Jeff, let's put this in front of Planning Commission and get all the input we can from them. And I think it's great. Otherwise, I think we've come a long way. Thank you. Thank you.
See what council feels about Andrew's comment about going for the whole thing in one. Do we know a cost implication around that? Potentially total.
Well, you originally were gonna budget 2 million over 2 years. I'd say
2 million in 1 year.
2 million in 1 year. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because prices of stuff is just going, I mean, we've seen it with everything we're building right now that it's unbelievable. So I don't know, maybe 2 million plus 10% for contingency that we leave alone if we don't need it. I mean, we're gonna go out to bid, so, you know, it's not like we're just gonna, yeah, let's go build this thing, so. But that is certainly that's council's prerogative if that's what they would like to do.
Can we take it to a bid alternate? Is that?
We can, if you want to do a one bid, one contractor and do a bid alternate of demobilizing for the winter and then coming back in the spring. Could do that, absolutely.
Or some way or another of presenting us the choice of, once we have the data, of this is what it's going to cost you this year to do phase one, and this is what it'll cost you to do phase one and phase two.
What was the estimate that you came up with when you spoke with your contractors for just the roundabouts?
Well, we don't, to your point of not knowing exactly,
Right.
we err on the side, as a designer, not all designers do it. I prefer to err on the side of like throwing a little too much money at something. And we felt that that we could do each roundabout and the medians with, I'm sorry, not the medians. It's hard to say. The last time we really costed it out, the costs were pretty different.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to not answer it on the spot. This is what I'm trying to say.
I think what we should.
Talk yourself into talking yourself out of it.
Council, my suggestion to you would be maybe let's stick with the plan and the timeline we're on, because there are some unknowns, and go ahead and get these roundabouts done. And when we go out to bid for a roundabout, I like the bid alternate idea of let's throw that in there too. And if we can't afford the second phase of the project this year, then we will just push it off to next year. But we can certainly write an RFP asking for anything we want, and we'll see what we get.
That's what I was gonna suggest. It sounds like it's the same thing, right? Like, let's put an RFP out for the roundabouts and the medians, get a price and their availability.
Okay. And we can even have them bid them separately. You know, roundabouts, bid the roundabouts as one bid tab and bid the medians as the next bid tab. And then that gives council the option to look at and say, okay, this is what we want to do.
Yeah, and just kind of to piggyback on that, I think, I hate to be the bearer of, you know, a little realism, but we do have winter, so it depends a little bit on how long our fall is. And no one wants to pour concrete if it's too cold. That's a bad idea. But I don't think it's prohibitive. I just want to throw that out. And I do think that looking at it both ways could be really beneficial. And not only that, but then contractors, if they're bidding something and they know that they're going to have spring work the next year, that might change their pricing.
Right.
So
Their support to go that route.
Contractors.
Any other questions, comments, feedback?
The parklet thing. Are we ready to say go forward on at some level on that, or?
I think personally, I'd rather come back.
I don't
to
know
the-
where that is.
I'd rather come back to the park once we see bids.
Fine.
everything else because of,
I do too.
Yeah.
You had just mentioned we probably have enough money to do the medians and the Eighth Avenue
Right.
Parklet. And I wanted to make sure we're clear whether we are doing that or
Sure.
we're not. And it
That's a
sounds like,
great point.
sounds like we're not.
I prefer to.
So
that seems like a little. I mean, I know that there's been a plan for a parklet there in the past and got held up for many reasons, but I think that seems like a bigger conversation, but I don't know where everyone else is.
So for clarity, we don't want in the RFP for the medians or the roundabouts, we don't want the park in that RFP.
That's,
Is that what is?
think.
I don't know, how do you?
It's hard to say without that neighbor adjacent property having project move forward or not having, right? It just changed ownership. We don't know what that's gonna look like. I think not.
I'm on the, let's not do it yet.
Focus with that, Jesse? No?
Well, I'm okay with that. My bigger problem with the parklet is just the amount of, I'm struggling with the amount of trees of the whole thing, because we talked about doing the xeriscape and the low irrigation, and to establish trees, especially in like a dirt median that gets plowed every season, like that's gonna be a lot of, like, how do you jump from trying to establish to straight up mature trees that are in it, like, without going through this really intense, cultivation period. So for me, I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of trees everywhere. And particularly then if you go down the park road, then there's a bunch in there too. So that's where I'm hung up. I love the designs. Everything looks really good. I would say maybe could we pare down the lighting a little bit as well? But there's just still a lot of trees for kind of that, minimal maintenance goal that we had.
Maybe we trade some trees for some shrubs.
Shrubs
Even
are
that
more
works for me,
maintenance.
but I don't know how everyone else
Yeah.
feels about that.
I can say from the landscape perspective,
what?
shrubs actually usually require more maintenance than
Okay.
trees. Just
And if you
due
can
to
tell me,
pruning
like, we can
needs.
plant, get mature trees
Yeah.
in there and like, I will believe you. I'm not an
Yeah.
arborist. But I look at this and I'm like, whoa, there are just still so many trees. out
Render
there.
them mature. I don't think we would install them that way. We are lucky that spruce trees and particularly aspen, we can get small trees and once they're established, they'll grow so fast. And I actually, it's my preference to plant a smaller caliper aspen, because if you spend money on a really big caliper aspen and you give the two trees about 3.5 years, the little one's going to have caught up to the big one, just because they take to transplanting so much easier. So I guess that's a little misleading in all of these rendering. It's more of a perfect world and not what we'd see immediately. So.
Jeff, let me ask you guys. I'm looking at that right away right now, and is there a benefit to getting this constructed aside from the medians? Like, does it play better if we do the roundabouts in the park as opposed to the median in the parks?
It's less impact to traffic.
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, it is, if we try to do it all at once, then you're gonna have that full lane closure like CDOT had, and it's gonna be, a mile-long lane closure on both sides of the highway of the inside lane. And that's what that was another thing that I kind of directed to do was, let's make this as minimal impact to traffic as we can, because people are tired in Summit County of being impacted by construction and traffic.
Does the parklet affect that?
No, I don't think we will need to do any right-of-way work at all or close any lanes at all because that's all our land. That's the 8th Avenue right-of-way. So we can get in there and construct all of that without affecting traffic on Highway 9. Right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the things just kind of in this presentation that we want to do and what you're going to get from Norse Design as a final product is a set that you can bid. You don't have to do the 8th Avenue parklet right now. You don't have to do it later, but we wanted it to be cohesive with the design of the entire area, because I think it's part of that area. And so the idea is, here you go. And you're the client, you can choose how you want to phase it, what you want to do. If we want to scale it back more, that's just the idea, is that what we're giving you is a packet that's it's project ready, right? So that's the idea from a design standpoint. The bidding and the installs,
Yeah,
a little different.
yeah, that's on me.
Jeff, can I ask one more history question? And if you might not remember it even, or the reason. So we used to have a banner that went across Summit Boulevard, kind of
Mhm.
where the old AstroTurf was.
Mhm.
Did we take that down for preparation of this project or what?
Took
was the
that,
fate
that
of
actually, the cable snapped, hit a car. This was shortly before my time. It was a very dangerous banner pole to try to get crews out there to put the banner on because it's on that curve and people were driving fast. And it catches the wind in that area. It's not like the banner pole here on Highway 9 that kind of goes with the wind, if you will, instead of against it like that one did. But somehow a cable bracket broke or something, and it actually did come down and hit a car that was driving down the road. Nobody got hurt or anything. And since that cable broke, it never got repaired. And CDOT took those banner poles down for the construction project. And we just didn't have them put it back up because it didn't seem to be a safe location for it. So one option we were also thinking about was to do some sort of variable message signs that, full color that you see, like there's that one that's in Dillon going up Highway 6, or I guess it's in Silverthorne, or right on the border of Silverthorne and Dillon. And it's a town-owned sign that tells you about all the events and everything like that. We're going to keep the banner pole here as you're coming into town from I-70, but we had thought maybe we in the future we put one of these signs out there. I saw those. I think I took pictures of them when I took pictures of all the medians with the last two presentations ago of the other roundabouts on the I-70 corridor, and there is one of those signs. I believe it's in Vale, I think. But we were thinking about putting one of those up by that right in, right out area of the peninsula of the recreation area. So that was one thought. And then there was another thought to maybe put it closer to that open area where the sanitation district is as you're coming into town. And there's that wide area where they built our new bike path to join the other bike path. That's all CDOT right away there. So we thought maybe that might be a good spot, but there is thought in the future of stringing things across highways. I am not a fan of it personally. I get it. It works. It's a good idea, but I think we can convey our message in a safer and more effective way in the future.
I'll just comment, these guys are kind of the experts right now. They're really smart. But I just want to say, I think it's so beautiful and I love the detail and the thoughtfulness. I mean, it's really special. And Jeff, nice work. Like, I don't know, I'm learning this stuff, but I just think it's a very beautiful and thoughtful design. I mean, all I care about is like, I Frisco flower girl for 6 years. Like I spent my days in the medians. Like it's scary.
Yes.
So anyway, I just appreciate the, I don't know, it's like my only little feedback that I can offer today, but.
It's appreciated. Thank you.
Survived the flower.
No,
flower.
he knows it is scary
Yeah.
out there.
Great. Well then, any clarifying questions? You guys?
I think we get it. We'll trim down the lighting.
Yep.
We'll work on an RFP for both this year. We'll keep the park out of it for right now. And I think on another note there, Mr. Mayor, we also have the Triangle Park that has now expanded and gotten larger. So maybe down the road, we talk about these two parks together as part of the Parks Master Plan that you guys have already been working on for quite some time now. So maybe it's time to integrate that, and maybe next year we work on those if this project is completed this year. So.
I did have one clarifying question. I would just love to hear if we have direction on roundabout A and B and where we want them to be located,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
I'm good with the position that they're in, whatever planning commission says. I'm good with what they say. I don't know that this is necessary.
I'd say between the planning commission and the arts commission soon to be formed, they're far more qualified than me to say which should be which.
Stick to the plan. You had one.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you all
for your
very much.
time.
Sure. All right, we'll take a quick 5 and then we'll get into Order, and we'll move on to agenda item number 2, and this is resolution 22-13, 619 Granite Street construction and operating agreement with CDOT, as well as resolution 22-18 rep services contract for 619 Granite, and resolution 22-20 Granite Street construction reimbursement resolution. I'll open up the public hearing, turn it over to staff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. So in the order, because of time, we are going to try to consolidate these and make them all into one presentation and carry this through relatively quickly. But before I do have one staff update. And that's that we have a new housing program manager who just walked into the room coincidentally. So this is Danelle Cook. She's our new housing manager. She started on April 25th and is already diving deep in, helping out with housing helps as well as this presentation. So come on up.
Thank you. Congratulations. We're glad you're here. And it's nice to meet you because we've been emailing. So
You.
So we're making a lot of progress on a lot of different things, and Danelle's certainly going to help this out. So Granite Park, this takes into a number of the topics you recently touched on tonight. Parking, as an example, budget, and CDOT. So little background for Elizabeth, since she hasn't been here for this entire property or this entire project, but this project has been going on for at least 4 years or so since it really started getting rolling. CDOT has owned this property. It's at the corner of 6th and Granite, or 7th and Granite, actually, since 1974. It was a mobile home park till about 1920, or I'm sorry, till 2020 for CDOT employees. The last unit moved out in about 2020. There's a picture of the very last one in 2018. Oh, this isn't on the screen, so I'm just pointing at something that you're not seeing. So let's try that again. So here we are. So back in 2017, the town of Frisco started a housing task force in order to help get ideas from the community on different ways that we could approach housing. This property, it was certainly identified at that time. It was certainly probably identified as at previous times as well as an ideal location for workforce housing. It's immediately adjacent to bus stops. It's very close proximity to schools, employment. It's everything you really look for in a workforce housing site. So after quite some time, the town of Frisco and CDOT came to an agreement in 2020 to begin development or to begin design of a project on this property. And so with that, the town entered into a contract with Studio Architecture in January 2021, so just over a year ago. And that contract was to develop an 80% design in order to get some budgeting numbers so that the town and CDOT could decide whether they were going to move forward with actual construction of this project. I think very soon into that project, we were in the middle of a housing crisis, a number of other things. We had pretty much clear direction from both the CDOT Transportation Commission as well as the Frisco Town Council that yes, regardless of what the cost, not regardless of what the cost is, but based on what the costs are at this time, we need to move forward with this. So with that, we did continue to move forward. Planning Commission granted final site plan approval in September of 2021, and the 80% drawings were completed in December of 2021. So this property, it's a little bit challenging for design, and anytime we have an ideal site like this, you want to get as much density and as much units into it as possible. Anytime you're trying to design something, though, of course, there's design constraints. So this property is just under 0.6 of an acre. It's in the central core zone district. So with that, there's allowed 16 units of density per acre. Based on 0.58 acres, that's only 9 units of density. There is a unique provision in the town code that allows for a density bonus if you have deed restricted properties. So as a result, we are essentially unlimited in density if we're going to deed restrict the entire thing. So with that, we do have some other constraints though. We have setbacks. In the central core, we have step backs on the 3rd floor. So you have to push your units back. You have to have snow storage. You have to have parking, 1 parking space per bedroom for workforce housing units. So there's a number of things that you have to fit into this little box. And ultimately, we were able to do that. Although I think throughout the process, there was a continued push of how can we get more density? Ultimately, we did the best that we could in order to do that. So with that, here's a depiction of the project. This is looking from the corner of 7th and Granite towards the northeast. There's a total of 22 units. in 2 buildings, 5 studio apartments, 11 one-bedroom and 6 two-bedroom units, total of 33 parking spaces. The roof is designed so it's going to be completely solar ready. There's a carport in the back to cover the parking. Also will be a great location for solar. 11 of the units will be reserved for the CDOT, and their intention is to rent those out for their town maintenance employees, or I'm sorry, CDOT maintenance employees. And there will be 11 units for the town. And this will be, our intention at this point in time is to make those available for people that are employed 30 hours a week in the 10-mile basin, not just for town employees. At this point in time, the needs assessment identified some lower rents as the most critical needs. So we're looking at rents of definitely below 100% AMI and ranging between 80 and 100% AMI. Costing. So this has been a bit of a challenge. Our first cost estimate that we got in October of 2021 was $6.2 million. The last cost estimate we got 3 months later was 6.7. So as we've been hearing constantly, costs are not stable right now. So it's really hard to project. But right now we are certainly anticipating moving forward with that. And so that's where we're at now. Timeline and design. So again, just real briefly, we entered into a contract in April 2020 and moved forward in January 2022. So a couple months ago, town council authorized taking it to 100% design. So that way we have a bid set that is set and ready as soon as this IGA with CDOT is signed and executed and ready to go. So with that, next steps on this project will be, we put out an RFP for an owner's rep. That's an item on tonight's agenda as well, to award a contract for the owner's rep. We have also, once we do have those 2 things in place, we'll go out for a bid for RFP for a general contractor. Next month, Diane mentioned earlier that we were successful in obtaining a grant from DOLA. We will have to enter into contract with DOLA for those funds. So we'll do that next month. And then July and August, we'll do both an award for the general contractor contract, as well as make a determination on project financing and how we're going to do that. And Leslie, our finance director, is here to give a little update on that and some more information on that, including a reimbursement resolution, which is also an agenda on tonight's agenda. Our hope with all of this is that we'll be able to begin construction in September 2022 and have units in the ground open, ready for occupancy in the spring of 2024. Fingers crossed, moving forward. So with that, just jump into the 3 agenda items that we've got. The first one is Resolution 22-13, which is an IGA between the town of Frisco and the Colorado Department of Transportation. There's 3 phases or 3 parts to this agreement. The first is for CDOT to transfer the property to the town so that we can move forward in some of the construction. The second phase would be project construction. The town will be the lead agency for contracting because we now own the land, and as well as the owner's rep. The project cost is based on the overall construction cost based on the latest estimate, plus the appraised value of the land. It's approximately $9.4 million. We allocate those costs based on the square footage of the units that would be assigned to each party. Because based on the units that are assigned, the town will have 50.9% of the floor area and CDOT will have 49.1%. So the town is going to have a slightly higher percentage of unit ownership there, and therefore a slightly higher percentage of cost allocation on that. Any grants that we receive, such as the DOLA grant, will apply to both parties to share and therefore reduce the overall project cost. And ultimately, that will take us through construction where we'll develop a condominium plat and then go into phase 3 where we transfer the 11 completed units back to CDOT for their use. So with that, I think that's a quick overview of the IGA. Rick has a question.
One question.
Sure.
Did I read somewhere that if CDOT wanted to sell any of their units, that we would have first right of refusal?
Yes, and that is a mutual right of first refusal. And I think that was a very lengthy point of discussion from both parts. I think both parties have gone into this saying, you know what, we want this to be workforce housing forever. How are we going to make that happen? CDOT also said, you know what, we're coming to the table with this this property and our goal is to have it for housing, we don't want to necessarily have it just end up on the open market. So because of those goals, I think we very carefully crafted with Thad's assistance, as well as working with CDOT and their attorneys, the right of first refusal that's incorporated into deed restriction. So if they were to try to or want to liquidate their units, we would have first crack of those because we had put this much funding into it, and vice versa as well.
And I would note, in any event, those units would be transferred to the other parties, subject to the deed restriction.
Yes,
So it's not
yes.
a matter of buying them to put them out on the open market. It's a matter of buying them to keep them restricted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Thad.
Don, on your last slide, you showed it, the project it's a $9.4 million project. Half of that is 4.7 million. But that doesn't include us buying the land from CDOT, right?
That's correct, because we are not actually buying the land from CDOT. So as part of this agreement, they are transferring the property to us. It's got an appraised value of 2.4 million roughly dollars. So that goes into the overall project cost, which is this 9.4. And then so we split that in half, roughly 4.7 each. So their dollars that they're bringing to the table is about 2.3 million, and we're bringing 4.7 to get to that total
Okay,
cost
so
of
their
6.7.
Their cash in is going to be, gotcha. Okay,
Exactly.
Great, good job.
Any other questions on the IGA? Great. This is a long time getting to this point, so I'm excited to move it forward. So what my suggestion would be, because we do have these 3 different agenda items, maybe we'll tackle them one at a time, if you're so inclined to take public comment on it and then a motion, et cetera.
Sounds good. Then I'll open it up to public comment now for resolution 22-13. Callie, is there anyone online still?
Yeah, but not with the raised hand.
No one's, all right. Good, no further public comment. Council, any particular discussion around this? Good with the IGA? All right, I think we're good. We'll do do you want to vote them up? That should we vote them individually or approve all 3?
I'm thinking one big motion at the end might be easy.
All right,
Good
we'll go
enough.
on to the next one.
All right, second one, owner's representative. So as you may recall from the October 12th meeting, except for you, Elizabeth, you probably would not recall that because you weren't here yet. But at that meeting, the town council approved a contract for to enter into owner's rep services for DCS, which is Diversified Consulting Solutions. Back in February, we put out an RFP for owner's rep services for both 2 significant town projects that are going on this summer, one for Slopeside Hall, one for Granite Park. These are going to be run as separate contracts because the funding is coming from separate places. We wanted to make it very clean. As I said, the Slopeside contract has already been approved and executed. So the second contract would be for Granite Park. The owner's rep services for Granite Park are in the amount of $191,063. And that would be for approximately estimated 22-month construction timeline. So this would be resolution 22-18 if you, and I'd be happy to take any questions or comments on that.
Comments? Any public comment on 22-18? Nope, close public comment. And we good going into this contract as well? Council, good.
All right, that was now the hard part, which is Leslie, so.
So a reimbursement resolution, if approved, could allow the town pre-spending authority on this project. If in the future we decided to finance the project, then costs on the project spent in the future could be reimbursed to the town and wrapped up in that financing that you all might approve. So I was just reading through these bullets, but basically, this provides the fund balance if we didn't finance the project. that would use up most of the fund balance there. It's hard to say exactly what the bids are going to be at this point in time, which is one of the reasons that this would actually help us, because it would allow us to start on the project itself and start incurring costs with the financing to be done in the future, because the financing on a project like this, in my experience, generally takes about 4 months to complete from the time you give us the okay, we start working on all of the documents, to when the funds are actually transferred to the town. So this would provide us a little extra space in there and to understand the true costs that we would want to go out to financing for.
Be fair to say it would help kind of keep the project moving forward if we not delay
Also
it
help
in
keep
any
the project moving forward while we waited to get an actual bid that might be different than the estimate we've already received.
This will not require us to reimburse ourselves with future bond funds, but it will allow it. It's all being driven by Internal Revenue Service regulations and is driven by the fact that this financing, the bond purchasers would be tax-free interest. So it's all IRS.
Heard of them. Any other questions around this one? Is there any public comment on resolution 2220? Seeing none, close public comment. And any further discussion or a motion on all three? I think you can just make the motion to, if someone's willing to approve agenda item number 2.
Mr. May, I would I move to approve agenda item 2.
Move to approve agenda item number 2 by Mayor Pro Tem Inken. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Burley. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Burley.
Yes.
Held. Inken.
Yes.
Halinko, absent. Skripzak, Adrian.
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Next up is agenda item number 3. This is resolution 22-21. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Don Leslie. Thank you for all of that and keeping this going. Agenda item number 3, resolution 22-21, Public Works Fuel System. I'll open up the hearing and turn over to staff. And I believe Addison is joining us from somewhere in outer space.
Apparently my dark guest room in my house. So,
good evening, Addison. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Thank you so much for your time. Public Works, we're a busy place. We've had the same fuel system for, well, it's almost as old as I am. So, and it's been getting constant use. In the past couple of years, we entered into an agreement with Summit County Fire and EMS, and it's just getting more usage. And it's just nearing the end of its life, its serviceable lifespan. So we just feel that it's time to invest money in getting it upgraded, getting those old tanks out of the ground. I addressed that stuff in my memo. So any questions that you have, I would love to answer them, because I know this is a interesting request, being that, we want to shift our focus a little bit more to electric vehicles. So I'm happy to discuss anything with any member of council at this point.
As where would the new tanks be located? Just in that same, by the fuel island there that already exists?
Yeah, so that corner of the yard where in the summer months we have our plows stored kind of at that corner of our property. It's going to be tucked up in there, most likely, and then the dispensers are going to be in the same general location. Currently, the underground storage tanks are right behind the fuel dispensers, so we just need to get those out of the ground. Above ground tanks, it'll be a lot neater, tidier, and a lot easier to service.
Other questions for Addison?
Better to do this a day early than a day late.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right. Hearing no additional questions, I'll open it up to public comment. Anyone wish to make a public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Back to council discussion.
Timing was wrong. Better to do it a day early than a day late.
Agreed.
Just curious, how long will everything be down by the time the new ones are installed? Like, what is the downtime of the existing system?
So we didn't get a proposed schedule from the RFP, but my first experience at helping build a fuel system was down at the marina. So it's pretty quick, actually. And the company that we're using works fast, that we're using down there. The company that, I am recommending that we award the contract to is actually the same, Kubat Equipment Service Company. And once everything gets on board and we pin down the design, because this is design build, so we just want to get exactly what we want. Once all that and the permitting's approved, they throw everything we have at it. And judging by the marina, they started throwing all their troops at it at the beginning of April, end part of March, and we're going to have a turnkey system there May 23rd. So very quick. So it's not an exorbitant amount of downtime, but there will be some.
As a follow-up, what is the plan for all the users during that downtime? Are they well aware this is happening? How are we fueling in the meantime?
So on that front, that would be more of a staff discussion, especially with finance. But it would probably be something along the lines of P card usage at regular fueling stations. That would be what would get us through. And there's other options that we could explore there if any council member were to recommend something that we haven't thought of yet.
And Summit Fire and EMS knows this is happening, so they have plans as well.
I have glossed over this concept with Kim McDonald, and depending on the outcome of tonight's meeting for this resolution, he'll be one of the first people I touch base with. The great thing with them is at least they have several different options for fueling, and we're just not the sole source for them. We are convenient because we are super close, but Copper might be getting hit up a little bit more if they're over on that neck of the woods. Silverthorne, so some other of our public works and communities will probably get hit with that for the downtime. I would like to believe.
Other questions or comments?
He's working on it.
You're gonna make him sweat too, aren't you? Anybody can make the motion if we're agreeing to get.
want Rick to do it.
Okay.
Right. All right. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 22-21, because I don't have the agenda item number.
That's fine. It's been moved to approve agenda item number 3 by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Held. Is there a discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Can you call the question, please?
Held,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Halinko, absent. Scripsack Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
and Burley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Addison. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thanks, Jeff. Item number 4, this is first reading ordinance 22-05, an ordinance amending chapter 167 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado, concerning vehicles and traffic by amending section 167-11 concerning traffic control devices, and by amending various other provisions of the adopted modal traffic code, all to facilitate the enforcement of parking regulations by the contracted parking enforcement operator. I'll open up the public hearing. Turn over to Thad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You had fun writing that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I
Just for
did.
me.
as with most things in life, there's yin and there's yang to this, right? The yin is, this is likely to be the least interesting agenda item of the evening. The yang is that it will probably also be the quickest. These are the various and sundry minor amendments to the town's existing code, and particularly the model traffic code, that will be necessary if the town ever, either now or at any point in the future, determines to hire a third-party contractor for purposes of enforcing the town's traffic laws. This, as I say, it's necessary to do it from a legal authority standpoint, both with respect to the placements of signs and the actual enforcement. It won't surprise you to hear that our code is only enforceable by our law enforcement officers unless written otherwise. The only minor exception to the ability of a third-party operator to enforce traffic laws that is established in this ordinance is an inability, a stated inability on the part of that operator to enforce handicap parking. I actually cribbed off of Breckenridge's code and their code changes that authorize their third-party operator. And this was an exception that they made, and I frankly didn't understand it at first. Why? What's the big deal? And I went and read their staff memo. And their staff memo suggested, I think correctly, that when it comes to that enforcement of handicap parking can be sensitive, right? Because it can be based upon whether somebody actually has a handicap or not, because most often the violation is false use of a card by somebody who isn't actually handicapped, not entitled to the card. At any rate, there's enough sensitivity to enforcement in that arena that I think Breckenridge thought it wise not to authorize handicap parking enforcement on the part of a third-party operator. The ordinance has been presented to you tonight, follows that model. It doesn't have to. They could authorize it. I just thought it was a thoughtful and wise approach by them that I'm suggesting we emulate. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Anyone wishing to make public comment? Being none, I'll close public comment and back to council discussion. Motion on agenda item number 4.
I guess I need a little more clarification on the handicap part.
Sure.
Or just, I guess, I don't know, I guess it hasn't happened in several years, but back in whatever the olden days, it seemed like handicap spaces moved around. Like they weren't always in the same part of Main Street or whatever off of Main Street. I know it sounds weird.
Okay.
Like there's none in front of like the info center. They're on the other side of the street. So I guess there's one probably in front of the Uptown. But I guess I don't know like what you mean about not enforcing certain things.
I mean that this ordinance authorizes a third part. Remember, we're talking about a third-party operator here. Today, tomorrow, before this ordinance, after this ordinance, our parking code with respect to handicap parking will always be enforceable by our police department.
Okay, cool.
This ordinance is simply authorizing a third party, not part of the town's law enforcement, not an official of the town, not an employee of the town, to engage in parking enforcement, the placement of signage and the like, right? All of those things are called for to be done by public officials, not private contracted parties in our current code. So this changes that current code to authorize that enforcement by the third party, with the exception of handicap parking, with the idea being that oftentimes when those handicap spaces are violated, they are violated by people who are using a placard, a handicap symbol that is not theirs, that they are not entitled to use. They are not indeed handicapped people. But that is not an arena I think we want to get a private operator into. The suggestion of the ordinance is that is better left to the discretion and gentler hands of our law enforcement officials.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I think there's some guidance on where handicap spots are in new development, roughly.
Well, I guess that's the part I don't know. I mean, we have one right by the coffee shop and people misuse it a lot. Not that I'm not gonna tell on people, but it's just like, I feel like it would be better over at the info center where people actually, I don't know, coffee people pull in and pull out.
I see it as a.
Look,
as
I'm
a-
telling on my customers.
Yeah. No. Thanks for asking.
Things you don't say.
Any other discussion, questions, or motion?
Mayor, I propose that we approve agenda item number 4, ordinance 22-5.
Been moved to approve agenda item number 4 by
Yeah.
Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Aronson. Their discussion on this motion. You call the question, please.
Incan,
Yes.
absent. Scripsack Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Thad. Next is agenda item number 5. This is the Planning Commission roles and responsibilities. And I will open up the public hearing, turn it over to staff, and Don is back.
Yes, and appointments is the second part of that, or
Excuse me, yeah, that was left off in the, and appointments.
yes. So good evening, Mayor and Council, and this will be just a very brief overview of what the Planning Commission does prior to Town Council considering appointments for some open Planning Commission seats. First of all, the Town of Frisco has a Planning Commission that has a total of 7 members. 3 members have terms that expire and 1 election cycle. 4 members expire at the next election cycle. So at the end of the 2022 Town Council election cycle, there were 4 open seats as a result of that. So that because of that, Town Council, one of their first actions as a council is going to be to reappoint or appoint new Planning Commission members to the Town Council. So first of all, why do we plan? And I think there's lots of answers to this, but ultimately, for the past century, there's been most jurisdictions have adopted and enabled some sort of planning legislation, whether it's zoning, subdivision rules, whatever else. And so why do we do it? It's to protect the public, preserve quality of life, develop a community vision, implement that vision, protect private property rights, economic development, and then make sure that you have a good process to facilitate future land use decisions. Planning authority, there's a whole bunch of different things that we can do. The Colorado state statutes outline a whole number of them, master plan, zoning, subdivision, PUDs, annexation policies, and on and on. Home rule, because Town of Frisco is a home rule community, the Colorado Constitution allows adoption of a home rule charter. The Frisco Home Rule Charter, Section 13, includes adoption and establishment of a planning commission. And then Town Code Chapter 41 is dedicated to the Planning Commission and what the Planning Commission is and does. So the Planning Commission roles, real briefly, these are appointed officials. They're citizens, just that Town Council has identified as, you know what, you would be a good member to make a good educated decision on this, on various things. This is an advisory group to the Town Council. They also have final land use decision on a number of applications. As staff, so the town in enacting all of these planning and various planning things, use the staff, the Town Council, and the Planning Commission to do that. If for Frisco Town Council, the Planning Commission is the final decision maker on almost all of those. Town Council is the final decision maker on a few things such as annexations, rezoning, just to name a couple. In those cases, the Planning Commission will have a public hearing, and then they will make a recommendation to Town Council on what the recommended action should be. The most common thing where the Planning Commission acts as a guidance is in a code text amendment. And certainly we've had recent discussions about those, workforce housing overlay being the primary example. Town Council gave direction to staff to begin drafting that. So once we do have that drafted, we'll bring it back to Town Council to make in a work session format to make sure that we have the concept right, or is this what the right direction Town Council wants us to go? Then we'll take it to Planning Commission. There'll be a couple of public hearings on that, and then that'll go to Town Council for final adoption through ordinances. So that there is a bit of a process with that. Planning Commission does 3 basic activities: quasi judicial, that's where you're acting to make a decision on a land use application. So if the vacant lot across the street wants to be developed into a grocery store, that's a major site plan, that's going to the planning commission. If I don't know, a large parcel of land and wanted to be annexed into the town of Frisco, the planning commission would make a recommendation on that to the town council. Town council would make the final decision. A legislative action, that is what we talked about a second ago, a code text amendment. And then finally, master planning. That's probably one of the most important things that planning commission does, but also maybe one of the more under the radar, because the current land use applications are constantly right in your face. They're the most visible things that we do. But the master planning is setting the overall vision. Under the town code, the community plan or the master plan needs to be revisited and readopted every 5 years. So it was last adopted as a community plan in 2019. So we'll be looking at that again in 2024. So with that, again, very brief overview. I think most of you have a pretty good understanding of this as you've been doing it for a little while. Certainly put it up to Council Member Stripcheck. Adrian, if you have any questions at this time or another time, feel free to give me a shout and we can sit and chat about any of these items. But with that, I'd like to move it to the second part, which is, you can drop the PowerPoint now, is the potential appointments of new planning commissioners. So as I mentioned, there's 4 seats that are open or terms that expired. All 4 continuing planning commissioners did reapply. That is Patrick Gleason, Andy Stabile, Lena Lesmus, and Donna Scupian. In addition, there was 4 additional citizens that applied for the planning commission. That's Margie Fagan, Bob Kessler, Jessica Potter, and Barbara Young. At the last council meeting, there was a subcommittee formed to do interviews of those council or of those planning commission applicants, and that was Mayor Mortensen and Council Member Held. So with that, maybe I'll turn it over at this point for so they can discuss the outcomes of those interviews.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Don. Appreciate that. So yeah, we had Andy and I had a good round of interviews with all applicants and thorough discussion. A lot of it was around kind of the vision that we believe this council all shares and goals, and especially looking towards the workforce housing issues and some of the constraints that we've bumped up against and how they feel some of those are and what they see the planning commission's role in helping us as a council and have our vision and our goals met. So I think they were good interviews. It's nice to see not only that we had such interest in town council folks running, but also that we had this many folks for planning commissioners. That's a welcome change of involvement within the community. And I believe Andy and I both, after the interviews and the conversation between the two of us, would like to put forward 3 of the existing planning commissioners being, and I don't have their full name, Patrick, Andy Stabile, and Lena. As to reappoint them to their seats, and then Jess Shepherd would be Potter, excuse me, Potter. Jess Shepherd's a friend. Jess Potter would be a new appointment. She stood out in her career, her background, her education, and she focused a lot on discussion of code and code changes and how code can be done well or inefficiently. I think that stood out to me particularly with what we've been discussing and where we want to go moving forward. I don't know, Andy, if you'd have anything additional to say.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement as you know, this is the appointed panel of experts in the area of building development, zoning codes. You know, these people by far, you know, are full panels. To not ask Donna back was, you know, just really, she served for, I don't even know, 10 years or something, 13 years on planning commission. And really, it was just, I think the others' ability to talk to how they're going to help guide us in changing code to create a workforce housing overlay was really what made us fall, you know, easily to these 4 candidates. And yeah, I'm behind you.
Any council, any questions, thoughts, follow up on any of them? And Dad, do you need me to read their full names for the record? Sorry. Please. I appreciate that. So again, that would be, the subcommittee would recommend Patrick Gleason, Lena Lesmus, Jessica Porter, and Andy Stabile, all two new appointments on the planning commission. So Potter, why am I doing that wrong? Thank you, Potter. Oh, it's getting late and we're not done. No questions? Yeah.
I appreciate the way you guys did. I really, I mean, we put faith in you to do what you did, and I believe you did it well. I think Donna has served us well for a very long time. And I don't want to diminish her service, but I also think there's something good to bring in new people. If you just keep reappointing the same people, then you diminish the enthusiasm of other people to apply. So it wasn't an easy choice you guys made, and I support it. But I really want to, some way or another, give the appropriate shout out to Donna for 13 years of service.
Absolutely.
In a relatively unfun, but very important position.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. So is there any that I will open up for public comment? Anyone wishing to make public comment this evening? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and back to council discussion. Dad, for this, do we need to call the names again or the appointment?
No, I think you just,
Okay.
yeah, went through the four, so someone can say so. moved if
Struggled,
that's
but I
the-
got there.
If that's
Yep.
the inclination, yes.
So it's the agenda item number 5.
So before we do that, I guess the pre-COVID years, seems like so long ago. But we used to meet on occasion with the planning commission just to kind of make sure we're on the same page. And now that we have some new folks, I would just like to request that we do that again. Both for our benefit as a new body, but also their benefit as well. And I think it's been maybe even since we did the Unified Development Code, it's been that long at this point.
Before my time. so.
Yeah, before it does. So the time is ripe and I would just like to request that on a
Yep.
future agenda.
I agree.
They requested that as well. Those applicants
Yep.
said, we would really like to do some work sessions with the council.
So we motion for
Yeah.
the approval of
Approve the appointments. Yep.
There we go.
And you don't have to read the names.
Right, I don't have to read the names. Mr. Mayor, I motion that we approve the recommendations from the subcommittee for the planning commission positions.
Been moved to approve the planning commission appointments by our Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Held. Is there a discussion on the motion? Hearing none, can you call the question, please?
Kalenko, absent. Scripsack Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to reiterate what was already said, but thank Donna Scoopy for her 13 years of dedication and probably frustration and insight into the planning commission and making the town, I think we all look at what's happened over the last 10 to 13 years in Frisco, and we've seen huge changes, and I think they've been good ones. And I think we have a lot to thank her for that and her role in that process. And as was mentioned, not always an easy or a fun one, but vital to making sure the character of this community stays what it is. So I'd like to thank her on behalf of the town for all that she has done. And I know will continue to do because she is very dedicated to this community. So I appreciate that. That next agenda item is an executive session.
Agenda item number 6 is executive session. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we move to executive session pertinent to CRS 24-6-402 (4) conferences with an attorney for the town for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions and (E) determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators concerning water services for the proposed Lake Hill development.
Been moved to enter into executive session by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second? second by Councilmember Burley. Is there any discussion on the motion? We call the question, please.
Scripsack Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Kalinko, absent.
Just trying to maintain the
Switch over and get Jennifer
confidentiality.
on.
Absolutely.
You feel the whoosh of
Thanks,
it. Parts are about to happen.
Yeah. As they flee.